Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. We're going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly. as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people, at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose, surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey, comparator, unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded, two other great warriors, spoke to them today, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them, and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters, and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine, just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other two, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here, Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it, because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies, 35,000, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, a very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. They may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that, because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them and all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, J.D., you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are. There they are. That's... You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation, to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic. I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill. And hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space-age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money, going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions, and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. I'm only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now. Reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force, and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it, and we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda. And it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate. We have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent, but soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times, think of it. And all my life I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics, I guess. I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut, we will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much, we're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless green new scam ideas.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Co-powered.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janata ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates.
Very and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular, in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this, she said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after him even more. And I said,
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
3 people have died and over 20 others have been injured in a train tragedy that took place on an express train which was headed to Dibrugarh from Chandigarh. It derailed in Uttar Pradesh's Gonda. Now, restoration work is underway. Tamil Nadu's ruling DMK is thinking of elevating Udayanidhi, the son of Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, as the Deputy Chief Minister of the state. The elevation would be a key step in strengthening the second-rung leadership in the party. And it's a budget 2024. What farmers really want? Well, NDTV gets you a ground report from Madhya Pradesh. The demand for better loan rates from banks is one of their key demands. And Bangladeshi students set fire to the country's state broadcaster a day after Prime Minister Hasina appeared on the network seeking to claim escalating clashes that have killed at least 32 people.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं।
बहुत performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Well, former President of the United States, Donald Trump, recounts his shooting horror, says he wasn't supposed to be here. He has God on his side, talking about the assassination bid that took place just 5 days ago. Donald Trump accepts the Republican nomination while attacking Biden, says that Biden has damaged the country in ways that's unthinkable. He says he'll bring back the American dream. He says he will cut down taxes and also help with the economy. 3 passengers have died and over 20 others have been injured after several coaches of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh Express train derailed in Uttar Pradesh's Gonda. Restoration work is on. Politics heats up in poll-bound states, and we're talking about Maharashtra with the Congress to focus on MLC election cross-voting. And its Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who has met with MLAs and election in charges, have now been appointed. While in Haryana, the Congress campaign picks up in the key state, and it's Aam Aadmi Party that's decided to go solo on all 90 seats in Haryana. Tamil Nadu's ruling DMK is thinking of elevating Udayanidhi, the son of MK Stalin, as the Deputy Chief Minister. The elevation, a key step in strengthening the second-run leadership of the party. Just ahead of Modi's 3.0 first budget that comes out next week, NDTV speaks to farmers in Madhya Pradesh to understand what their demands and expectations are. Protesters want a government hiring policy reform. Bangladeshi students setting on fire the country's state broadcaster. This is after Sheikh Hasina had gone on the network seeking to calm escalating clashes that have killed at least 32 people. Democrats at the highest levels are making a critical push for President Joe Biden to rethink his election bid, including former president and his friend Barack Obama expressing concerns to allies. As per reports, the party could lose the ability to seize control of the House if he doesn't step away from the presidential race. Big hitting batter. We talk about Surya Kumar Yadav is named captain of the Indian T20 team for the 3-match series against Sri Lanka starting on the 27th of this month, while ODI skipper Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli were included for 50-over series against the same team next month. And just 5 days after narrowly escaping that assassination bid, Donald Trump has accepted his presidential nomination. Let's just listen in.
Recorded history right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented. It's so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up, while crime statistics all over the world are going down, because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe we will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by a very powerful, tough leader. He's a tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. True. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how can you possibly do that? But no, I got along with him, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster. Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly, and they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me, why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever, ever do that again. You've got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, but a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow, and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship. anything to mock him, but he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an iron dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done, and some of the things that we're going to do. But AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. He said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to...
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it.
Defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. Going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together we will save this country, we will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wisconsin, God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Former President Donald Trump had something rare, something precious and definitional, which is the moment, a fleeting chance to redefine himself this election. And well, former President Trump took the stage with a bandaged ear only days after surviving an attempted assassination in Pennsylvania to accept the GOP presidential nomination at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. Now, his speech was widely viewed as a test of his plea for unity and opportunity to temper his signature incendiary rhetoric. While it began on a personal tone, it soon returned to familiar Trumpian talking points on foreign policy, the economy, energy, and immigration. In fact, Donald Trump has vowed the largest deportation operation in the history of America. There were quite a few claims that the former US president made, many of which had to be fact-checked tirelessly by our team. But let's go across to Catherine Gibson, who's at the RNC, tracking the latest developments. Catherine, you just probably heard the only man on the planet who can stop wars with a telephone call. What do you have to say about the tone of Trump's speech? So, any drastic changes, or did he sound quite a lot like his old self?
Well, I think he did indeed sound a lot like his old self. I heard the first 10 minutes of his speech. I was inside the convention center right behind me. The first 10 minutes were very quiet, very thoughtful. He said that he would recount the experience of surviving the assassination attempt, and he would only tell that story once for the crowd inside the convention center. They were very moving. He seemed very different and very moved. But as the speech grew longer, as the night went on, we started to see the old Trump, and we saw some flashes where he seemed to be fighting against his nature, where he would start to mention President Biden. He never mentioned President Biden by name, but he would start to refer to him. He would go back to some of his familiar themes about the killing fields of our cities, about the crime and anger of illegal immigrants in this country. All of the familiar things we've seen from President Trump over these past 9 years. came back tonight in this speech. He did mention, though, that he had been told by Franklin Graham, the pastor, and by others that he needed to dial back the language, he needed to dial back the angry sentiments, and he seemed to be fighting against those two impulses throughout this evening's lengthy speech.
Well, Trump did shift away from his message of unity and details of his shooting, and he went back to the partisan attacks for which he's so well known fairly quickly. But Catherine, Trump has made several false and misleading claims in this convention speech, including that the US has had the worst inflation ever while Joe Biden was in office. But during Biden's presidency, in June 2022, consumer prices actually rose by an annual rate of about 9.1%, and its highest level since 1981, but not of all time, right?
That's right. That's absolutely right. He also claimed that Democrats have tried to raise quadruple taxes in this country, which is an easily fact-checked false claim. I would also like to note that he praised Hungarian President Viktor Orban, who, is an authoritarian leader. He praised the country of Venezuela. He joked that the next time they held a Republican National Convention, it would be held in Venezuela, which is a country which obviously has its concerns about its government. So there were some very interesting statements here that need to be examined when we look at the president's speech here in Milwaukee.
Meanwhile, also in classic Trumpian style, at one point he described a massive invasion at the southern border and a planet teetering on the edge of World War III, which is a likely reference to the wars in Ukraine and Gaza that have begun since his successor took office. He's also pledged on day one to drill, baby, drill, and close those borders?
Right. He came back to that theme again and again throughout the speech with the crowd chanting, drill, baby, drill. He also promised that once he was reelected, if he's reelected, he will immediately deport millions of undocumented immigrants. He also talked about, how if he had been president, the war in Ukraine, the war in Israel would never have happened. So a lot of big claims from the former president here in Milwaukee tonight.
In fact, he also made his first foray into the well-trodden path of 2020 election denialism fairly early in his convention speech, saying that they used COVID to cheat.
That's right. He again claimed that the virus came from China. He referred to the 2020 election as, quote, ridiculous. Of course, we all remember that he encouraged his supporters to storm the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, to overturn those election results. So he made a lot of his very familiar claims in this speech tonight, while also saying that he would bring in a new golden age of the United States, promising that to everyone within the convention center, saying that it would be the biggest, the best, the greatest country that we have ever known so far.
Additionally, Trump also claimed that the Biden administration took our energy policies and destroyed them, and then they immediately went back to them. Catherine, isn't this claim misleading? Because under Joe Biden, the U.S. is actually producing more crude oil than any country ever?
That is correct, yes. And that is something that is always a very popular line with his supporters, that they want to believe, and so they chant back to him when he does say that.
In fact, I must inform our viewers that Trump's record was an average of 12.3 million barrels per day in 2019. Biden actually set a new world record of 12.9 million daily barrels in 2023. But Catherine, Trump repeated another claim that is a favorite among Republicans, that the Biden administration supposedly hired about 88,000 IRS agents. This claim is false, right?
This is a false claim as well. Yes, you are correct about that. So, in terms of if we're stepping back and we're looking at the way the speech was billed as a speech of unity, if we're going to go through all of these claims that are false and have been repeated falsely throughout the past few months, the past few years, this really is not a change in tone from the Trump that we've known. Yes, he spoke about unifying the country. He spoke very movingly about his assassination attempt. But when we get down to the details of the speech, it was very, very similar to what we've heard again and again throughout the years.
In fact, the chart that Trump says he was looking at a point when the gunman was opening fire in Pennsylvania, which he credits for saving his life, features some misleading statements as well. I just read that the chart reportedly comes from a graphic created by the office of Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson, and it purports to show monthly encounters with migrants on the U.S.'s southwest border.
That's right. Yeah, Trump counts the way undocumented immigrants are apprehended at the U.S.-Mexico border differently than the way it is officially counted. And he uses those statistics to look and make the immigration crisis appear larger than it is.
Right. Former President Trump took the stage with a bandaged ear. He's made a lot of claims, many of which have to be fact-checked as they are misleading, but he has vowed the largest deportation operation in the history of America. Thanks so much, Catherine, for joining us with the latest from Milwaukee. Really appreciate your time. Many are saying that Trump had something rare and precious, which is a moment to redefine himself and this election and his outlook for the country. He took the stage with a bandaged ear only days after surviving an attempted assassination in Pennsylvania to accept the GOP presidential nomination at the RNC in Milwaukee. Now, his speech was widely viewed as a test of his plea for unity, an opportunity to temper his signature incendiary rhetoric. While it began on a personal note, it soon turned to familiar Trumpian talking points, whether it's regarding foreign policy, the economy, energy, or immigration. He's also vowed the largest deportation operation in the history of America. Here are the key takeaways from Trump's convention speech at the RNC.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. The crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden, I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. Inflation has been a killer for our country. I will bring back the American dream. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that.
Well, former President Trump took the stage with a bandaged ear only days after surviving an attempted assassination in Pennsylvania to accept the GOP presidential nomination at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. He left it after roughly 90 minutes of a mostly familiar stump speech, many would say. This was supposed to be a pitch of unity, but many say he reverted to his classic Trumpian style fairly quickly. He didn't delve too deep into the attempted assassination attempt on Saturday. He said it's too painful to talk about. Meanwhile, whether it was immigration, whether it was his opponent Joe Biden, the Democrats, the dispensation that's carried on in America, he lashed out at all this fairly quickly. But while he attacked the Biden government and the Democrats, he did mention that this brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage to save him. At a time when the Secret Service agents have been under fire for their response at that rally in Pennsylvania on Saturday, Trump at the RNC very clearly saying that the brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage to save the former US president. He delivered his first speech since the shooting. He says he can't progress unless they stop illegal aliens. He made a bunch of statements. In fact, for the latest from Ground Zero, we have with us at the moment Dr. Sampath Shivangi joining us right from the RNC in Milwaukee at the moment. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Well, would you say Trump essentially delivered a regular campaign speech at the Republican National Convention tonight? Or would you say that this was a new version of Donald Trump?
Yeah. We're going to come out by the elevator. Right around the corner.
Yeah. You know me.
Right, so am I audible to you?
Yes, follow the crowd that's going around in the elevators that's on this wall, on this side, would bring me down.
We seem to have an issue with Dr. Sampath Shivangi's line. He's currently in Milwaukee. I'm told he's actually stuck in an elevator, but he'll be joining us very soon. Many say Trump essentially delivered a regular campaign speech at the RNC convention. It was meant to be a bit of a subdued speech. However, he did lash out at the Democrats, his opponent Joe Biden. He claimed the biggest tax cuts ever were enacted during his administration, a claim that is evidently false. A lot of claims were made tonight in Milwaukee at the RNC. Our team is working tirelessly to fact-check all those claims. But the former president took the stage with a bandaged ear only days after surviving an attempted assassination in Pennsylvania to accept the GOP presidential nomination at the Republican National Convention. Whether it was his close ties with Viktor Orban, he's been quite vocal about his support for EU leaders at a time when Viktor Orban has actually upset his other 26 EU bloc leaders. Whether it was immigration, he said that he's going to essentially have tougher borders. When it was talking about the Democrats, he said the Democratic Party should stop painting him as a threat to democracy. In fact, Trump claimed he is the only one saving democracy for the people of his country. He also added that Democrats should partisan witch hunts that have been subjected for 8 years should essentially stop. But he had no secrets tonight. He said under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. These are the words of the former US president. Donald Trump added, our people are being crushed like never before. Right, we have Dr. Sampath Shivangi for a quick reaction from Milwaukee at the moment. Sir, would you say Trump essentially delivered a regular campaign speech tonight, or did you spot a different version of a Trump, a more subdued version?
It was internationally recognizable speech. It was outstanding. I think he covered every part of the world. You know, we're proud of President Trump.
Yeah.
I think he's a great friend of India. He will do much, much more than what we had in the last 4 years. Nothing has happened between India and US in 4 years. I think that will change. I promise you, I'll work on it. Personally, I'll work on President Trump gets elected to make India-US relations much stronger and much more faithful to each other.
Right. But President Trump actually claimed the biggest tax cuts ever were enacted during his administration. That is obviously a false claim. While his speech began on a personal tone, it soon turned to Trumpian talking points with misleading statements and lies. So what do you have to say about the misleading statements and lies?
No, President Biden promised that he will cut taxes, no taxes on the tips. Nothing has happened. Actually, inflation has gone to 27 to 30%. The taxes have gone 30% up. People are in misery in America. So I think we need a change. Even though I like President Biden as a person, but I don't think he's good with the people of America. People are, poverty has increased much more than before. So that is the greatest gift of President Trump to U.S. I am told that he may not say the...
Right, Dr. Shivangi, thank you so much for joining us with those quick comments on the RNC. Trump has delivered his key speech. He left it after roughly 90 minutes of a mostly familiar stump speech, many are calling it. All the updates continue and they carry on from Milwaukee right after the RNC has concluded. We're stepping into a very short break for now.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Well, Donald Trump has accepted his Republican nomination. He has delivered an over 90-minute speech, around 90-minute speech at the Republican National Convention, where he attacked the Democrats, his opponent Joe Biden. He spoke about sweeping measures as far as immigration is concerned and the economy. He said that he will bring back the American dream as he spoke to his large voter base in Milwaukee. With a bandaged ear, he stood on that stage and he spoke for 90 minutes with a string of promises. Updates continue from the US and around the world on NDTV 24/7. We're slipping into a very short break now.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है।
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Former US President Trump recounts the shooting horror as he addresses the Republican National Convention. Trump accepts the Republican nomination and attacks his opponent Joe Biden. He says the damage Biden has done to the country is unthinkable. Trump assures his voters that he will bring back the American dream. The Maharashtra government submits a report on trainee IAS officer Pooja Khedkar. The report has been submitted to the centre after a week-long probe. The report is over the veracity of claims by Pooja Khedkar. The government is probing the alleged misbehaviour by the IAS officer. And politics heats up in poll-bound states. In Maharashtra, the Congress is expected to focus on MLC election cross-voting. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Shinde meets MLAs. Election in charges have been appointed. In Haryana, the Congress campaign picks up in the key state. Their focus in Haryana is inflation. Tamil Nadu's ruling DMK is thinking of elevating Udayanithi Stalin, son of Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, as the Deputy Chief Minister as per our sources. The elevation would be a key step in strengthening the second-run leadership in the party. Just ahead of Modi 3.0's first budget next week, NDTV speaks to farmers in Madhya Pradesh to understand their demands and expectations. It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bawa. A big focus currently, the state government in Maharashtra has submitted a report on the trainee IAS officer Pooja Khedkar. This report has been submitted to the DOPT, this is the Department of Personnel Training. After a week-long probe, the state government's General Administration Department, headed by Additional Chief Secretary Nitin Garade, has submitted its report on Pooja Khedkar. A copy of this report has also been sent to a one-member committee that was formed by the central government, Manoj Dwivedi. Now, the report is a collection of documents that have been obtained from various agencies to test the veracity of various claims made by Ms. Khedkar before joining the services. My colleague Paras has been tracking the latest details for us. He joins us live at the moment. Paras, what details can you disclose to our viewers at the moment?
So I'll start with one of the most important thing in this entire report is that in this entire matter, the main document which has been submitted by the state government to the central government and the ODPT is that the election commission affidavit on her father, former civil servant Dilip Khedkar, state his net worth be rupees 40 crores, which conducted. Pooja claims that the family annual income was less than 8 lakhs to enable her to avail OBC quota benefit, and the certificate from the RTO stating that Pooja did not have a driving license. The report also mentioned her unruly behavior at the Pune collectorate where she was posted. The report also mentions that she has installed an amber beacon and state government logo on the Audi she was using to the work, and that she had a dispute with a senior official over the use of the Audi. The report also mentions that the time she spent in Pune and she claims the cabin of the additional collector Ajay More and use her personal car for office duty. The submitted report also mentioned the medical report that she has claimed that she is mentally disabled and she has problem with her eyes. So this is the entire report which has been submitted by the state government to the central government. Also a copy of this has been sent to central government. Plus with that, central government also is probing into this entire matter and has to submit the report in 2 weeks. So in this entire matter, trouble is mounting for Pooja Khedkar and family.
Thanks so much, Paras. Just before I let you go, just want to confirm, you mentioned her father's declared income was nearly 40 crore rupees and her income was, declared income was 8 lakh rupees in order to make the cut for this job?
Right, correctly said that. So this has been mentioned in the report that in the election affidavit, her father has said that his net worth is 40 crores, which contradicts Pooja claims that the family annual income was less than 8 lakh rupees to enable her to avail OBC quota benefit.
Thanks so much, Paras, as always, for joining us with the crucial information. We have this information thanks to my colleague Paras Dama, who's joined us with a live update. I can share with you currently that the state government has submitted a report on trainee IAS officer Pooja Khedkar now through the DOPT. Well, meanwhile, politics heats up in poll-bound states. In Maharashtra, the Congress is expected to focus on MLC election cross-voting. I must also inform you that the Election Commission has allowed Uddhav Sena to accept public contributions now. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Shinde is expected to meet MLAs, and election in charges have also been appointed there. Anuj joins us with the latest update as far as a roundup and the latest lowdown on the political scene is concerned. Anuj, what details can you disclose currently? Right, we seem to have lost that line with my colleague Anuj Raithe. While we reconnect with Anuj, I'd just like to bring you up to speed with the fact that in Maharashtra, the Congress is expected to focus on MLC election cross-voting. Meanwhile, other political developments include the fact that the Election Commission has allowed Uddhav Sena to now accept public contributions. As far as movement with Eknath Shinde is concerned, well, the Chief Minister has met MLAs and election in charges have also been appointed. I'm told Anuj Raithe is back with us. He's been tracking the latest as far as political developments are concerned. Anuj, what details can you disclose currently? Well, we will get you that crucial update from Maharashtra with my colleague Anuj Raite. But for now, let's turn our attention to Haryana, where after fighting the Lok Sabha election over issues such as price rise and unemployment, the Congress is gearing up to contest the upcoming Haryana state polls on similar problems faced by the people. The party's campaign slogan, Haryana Mange Hisab, claims that the state has the highest unemployment rate in the country, highest price rise and highest crime rate. While the politics is heating up in poll-bound states, the Congress campaign picking up in Haryana, inflation and job loss are the key issues as far as the Congress's campaign is concerned. Gurpreet Singh Chinna is tracking the latest developments. He joins us live at the moment. Gurpreet, the Congress has launched the Haryana Mange Hisab campaign. What details can you share regarding this campaign? And we're told inflation and unemployment are meant to be the key issues.
Well, it's very clear the Congress party, they have already started a political activity in the state because in wake of upcoming Vidhan Sabha election, which is going to be happen in the end of October this year in Haryana. We have seen the Congress has already launched a campaign naming it Haryana Mange Hisab. So they are trying to highlight the unemployment, crime and other things which they blame and they claim the BJP government has not been able to done on the ground. So let's see that how this campaign will be leaving impact on the voters' mind or not. That will be clear once the elections are going to happen in Haryana, and after that how the vote or not will be going on in favor of Congress or not. But as of now, it seems the BJP is already the Chief Minister of Haryana. He has already been camping in the various districts of Haryana in wake of upcoming election. At the same time, we have seen the Congress has already started its campaign on the ground. Back to studio.
Thanks so much, Gurpreet, for joining us with a quick update. Let's turn our attention now to Tamil Nadu, where as per sources, the ruling DMK is thinking of elevating the son of Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, Udayanidhi Stalin, as the Deputy Chief Minister. If this will turn out to be true, then he would be the second in command in the government. Udayanidhi Stalin had handled key campaign responsibilities as far as the 2019 Lok Sabha polls are concerned, the 2021 Assembly polls, and this year's Lok Sabha election that was swept by the DMK in the state, raising expectations of rewards. The elevation would be a key step in strengthening the second-rung leadership in the party. This is what our sources say. And this is also being seen as a key move to counter the entry of Tamil star Vijay in the 2026 Assembly polls. So our sources have confirmed that Tamil Nadu's ruling DMK is currently thinking of elevating M.K. Stalin's son, Udayanidhi Stalin, as the Deputy Chief Minister. And as I mentioned, if this will turn out to be true, then Udayanidhi Stalin would be the second in command in the government. He's not a political novice. Udayanidhi Stalin has handled key campaign responsibilities, whether it's in 2019, whether it's the Lok Sabha polls back in 2019, the 2021 Assembly polls, or the 2024 Lok Sabha election, which was, by the way, swept by the DMK in this state. That's raised the expectations of rewards for M.K. Stalin's son. What would this elevation essentially mean? Well, the elevation would be a key step in strengthening the second-rung leadership in the party, political watchers believe. Sam Daniel is tracking the latest developments for us. Sam, what have your sources disclosed? What can you share with our viewers?
Parmeshwar, DMK senior sources tell us that the party is at the moment mulling about elevating M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister's son, Udayanidhi, who's also the Sports Minister now, as the Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. They cite 2 or 3 reasons. One, to reward him in terms of his campaign from the 2019 Lok Sabha elections into the 2021 Assembly elections and the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. The 2 Lok Sabha elections, the DMK had swept the polls, and this time winning all the 39 seats. Secondly, they also want his elevation to strengthen the second rung of leadership in the party by making him the second in command in the government. They say this will be in that direction. Thirdly, at the political level, they're also preparing the DMK by elevating him to counter the political entry of Tamil star Vijay, who has announced that he would make his foray into electoral politics in the 2026 assembly elections. For quite some time, the DMK has been building a narrative around Udayinidhi Stalin that he has been playing a significant role in the victories of the party from the 2019 Lok Sabha elections onwards, including the 2 by-polls. And now, since the party has swept the Lok Sabha polls and the very recent by-poll at Vikravandi, they feel this could be the right time for them to elevate him, citing his contribution to the party. When will this happen? Nobody has a clear answer. They say it could be immediate, or it could be perhaps in the month of August when MK Stalin is scheduled to travel overseas on official work. But this could also open up the party for criticism that it's yet again promoting family politics, dynastic politics. Earlier, when Mr. Karunanidhi, the late Chief Minister, was in power at the helm, heading the government and the DMK, he had groomed his younger son, MK Stalin, and there was a long wait. But many say there was a difference. In the case of MK Stalin, they say Karunanidhi had groomed MK Stalin over a few decades, making him an MLA and then the mayor of Chennai and then a minister and then the deputy chief minister. But in the case of Udayinidhi Stalin, many say he's yet to gain that kind of a stature, gain that kind of an experience and political acumen. He's only a first-time MLA. He was made the minister less than 2 years ago. And now to elevate him as deputy chief minister, superseding several veteran leaders and talented ministers, young ministers, that many say, although in the party it will be accepted, it will be sending a wrong message. That's what some feel. But all eyes will be on what the party's stand is officially. So far, neither DMK nor Chief Minister MK Stalin himself have commented on this yet.
Sam, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details. Well, news and updates continue on NDTV 24/7 right after this very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Trump accepts the Republican nomination at the Republican nomination convention. He attacked Joe Biden. He says the damage Biden has done to the country is unthinkable. He asserts he will bring back the American dream. The Maharashtra government has submitted a report on the training IAS officer Pooja Khedkar. The report has been submitted to the centre after a week-long probe. The report is over the veracity of claims by Pooja Khedkar. Politics heats up in poll-bound states. In Maharashtra, the Congress is likely to focus on the MLC election cross-voting. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Shinde meets MLAs and announces election in charges. In Haryana, the Congress campaign picks up and the focus is on inflation. Tamil Nadu's ruling DMK is thinking of elevating the son of Chief Minister MK Stalin as the Deputy Chief Minister. As per our sources, Udayinidhi Stalin's elevation would be a key step in strengthening the second-rung leadership in the party.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live.
Welcome back. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will present the first budget of Prime Minister Modi's third term on the 23rd of July. Farmers are also keeping a close eye on the budget, especially those in Madhya Pradesh. We actually reached Sihor, where the country's Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan hails from, to understand the expectations and demands of the farmers from this year's budget.
Mama Ji or Shivraj Singh Chauhan is the new Agriculture Minister of India, and the farmers of Madhya Pradesh have a list of demands and expectations that they hope will be addressed in this union budget.
These are the country's food providers. Once every year at the time of union budget year, they look to Delhi with hopes. So we have reached Sihor, the home of country's Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan comes. The district where around 3.50 lakh hectares of land is cultivated in Kharif and 3.56 lakh hectares in Rabi, where 86% of the cultivated area is irrigated, where soybean, paddy and maize are cultivated. Sihor's Sharbati wheat has carved its own identity not only in the country but also globally. Rameshchandra Verma was seen tying a turban in Chanderi village of Sihor. He is a big farmer, mostly growing wheat and soybean crops. He wants cooperative banks to increase the loan limit. There are also some demands on MSP and storage of produce.
जैसे जिला सहकारिता बैंक में किसानों की जो है लिमिट 10,000 रुपये पर एकड़ है, उसको बढ़ा के मतलब जो है 50-60 हज़ार एकड़, बाकी दूसरी बैंक उन 60,000 दे रही है, तो जिला सहकारिता बैंक को भी जो है 60,000 करना चाहिए उसको बढ़ा के ने। और 0% ब्याज में मान लो जो है 10,000 रुपये दे रहे हैं, दूसरी बैंक 7% में जो है 60,000 रुपये दे रही है, तो इनको भी जो है जिला सहकारिता बैंक के लिए भी मतलब जो है कि हम केंद्र में सरकार से ये निवेदन करते हैं कि इसकी जो है लिमिट बढ़ाई जाए। कृषि यंत्र के ऊपर जैसे उन्होंने मान लो सब्सिडी दे रहे थे, वो सब्सिडी उन्होंने ख़त्म कर दी, तो वो सब्सिडी चालू करें वापस। और जीएसटी मान लो कृषि यंत्र के ऊपर जीएसटी नहीं लगना चाहिए।
Bane Singh Rajput prioritizes technology in his fields and also practices organic farming. However, he is upset with the delay in getting seeds. He also wants the market for selling organic products to be accessible and middlemen should be eliminated.
आदरणीय यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री से निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि किसानों को जो समय पे बीज दिया जाता है उस समय के आधारित पर दिया जाए और नई पद्धति का चयन करके समय पे बीज दिया जाए। अभी मेरे को बीज दिया था जो बोनी होने के बाद में बीज उपलब्ध कराया गया, और वो बीज उपलब्ध कराया गया था कि जो किसान ने 4 साल पहले उसका चयन कर लिया गया। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री से निवेदन है कि जैसे आप 6,000 दे दो तो 10,000 करें। उसके साथ साथ किसानों को जो जीएसटी अनुदान पे जीएसटी लगाई जा रही है उसे खत्म करें।
Anup Mewada is a small farmer. The Madhya Pradesh government has promised an MSP of 2,700 on wheat. He wants the centre to increase it further.
जिला सहकारी बैंक है, वो
10,000 रुपये पर एकड़ केसीसी दे रही है और अदर बैंक है 40 से 50,000 रुपये पर एकड़ देती। तो हम यही आशा करते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी से कि ये जिला सहकारी का जो लिमिट है वो 40 से 50,000 रुपये पर एकड़ की जाए। एनएसपी पे ये गेहूं पर बढ़ना चाहिए भाई, जो इन्होंने 2700 करा था वो 3,000 हो जाए।
MS Mewada is a very popular among the farmers in Sihor. He roams around the village solving many farmers' problems.
वो जनपद सीओ मैडम आई और पीएच का एसडीओ आया और तहसीलदार आया।
Now he is directly requesting Mama Ji for an increase in Kisan Samman Nidhi. He also hopes the finance minister's kitty has something new on the issue of crop insurance.
खुशी मनाऊं कि आप लोग कम से कम किसानों की आवाज़ उठाती है। एनडीटीवी हमेशा किसानों की आवाज़ आपने उठाई है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से भी हमारी बजट में उम्मीद है कि पूरे भारत के किसानों को 10,000 रुपये देना चाहिए, सम्मान निधि के। हाँ, 10,000 होना चाहिए, क्योंकि 6 नहीं, सबके साथ अन्याय नहीं होना चाहिए। केसीसी हमारी अभी लिमिट बढ़े, जैसे अभी 1 एकड़ पे बैंक जो है 40,000 रुपये देती है, उस लिमिट को बढ़ा के 1 लाख रुपये कर दे। हम तो उसका बाकायदा ब्याज भुगतते हैं। दूसरा, समय पे हमें लोन मिले।
Sharbati of Sihor is also called the golden grain, golden in color, heavy on the palm and sweet in taste, hence the name Sharbati. The farmers here hope that the budget will also bring some sweetness in their lives. The farmers of Madhya Pradesh await the budget with bated breath, hoping that their voices will be heard and their demands will be met. In Chanderi village, Sihor, with camera person Rizwan Khan and Anurag Dwari for NDTV.
Well, the union budget will be presented in Parliament next week, and everyone from the middle class to corporates, salaried employees to farmers will be watching to see what's in the budget specifically for them. Provisions in the budget could also improve support, accessibility and overall quality of life for those with disabilities. Listen to disability rights advocates talk about their expectations from this year's budget.
My expectation from the union budget is quite some. At this point of time, the expenditure that happens on disability sector is less than 0.3% of the total GDP. I want that total expenditure to grow to at least 0.6 to 0.7% of the GDP, so that more people with disabilities are getting impacted. And also the economic empowerment is something else that I am looking forward to for people with disabilities, because unless we put economic empowerment as a priority, after the trainings that we provide the person with disabilities, the economy will not flourish.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world.
या फिर
Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the past.
Well, the four-day Republican National Convention just wrapped up with a lengthy speech by Donald Trump, his first since an assassin opened fire on his rally in Pennsylvania on Saturday. Trump has formally accepted the Republican presidential nomination and for what he said would be the first and only time recounted the assassination attempt. The former president took the stage with a bandaged ear only days after surviving an attempted assassination in Pennsylvania to accept the GOP presidential nomination in Milwaukee. Now, his speech was widely viewed as a test of his plea for unity, an opportunity to temper his signature incendiary rhetoric. While it began on a personal tone, it soon turned to familiar Trumpian talking points on foreign policy, the economy, energy, as well as immigration. Here are the key takeaways for you.
Supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. The crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's
taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. Inflation has been a killer for our country. I will bring back the American dream. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that.
Catherine, you just probably heard the only man on the planet who can stop wars with a telephone call. What do you have to say about the tone of Trump's speech? So, any drastic changes, or did he sound quite a lot like his old self?
Well, I think he did indeed sound a lot like his old self. I heard the first 10 minutes of his speech. I was inside the convention center right behind me. The first 10 minutes were very quiet, very thoughtful. He said that he would recount the experience of surviving the assassination attempt, and he would only tell that story once for the crowd inside the convention center. They were very moving. He seemed very different and very moved. But as the speech grew longer, as the night went on, we started to see the old Trump, and we saw some flashes where he seemed to be fighting against his nature, where he would start to mention President Biden. He never mentioned President Biden by name, but he would start to refer to him. He would go back to some of his familiar themes about the killing fields of our cities, about the crime and anger of illegal immigrants in this country. All of the familiar things we've seen from President Trump over these past 9 years came back tonight in this speech. He did mention, though, that he had been told by Franklin Graham, the pastor, and by others that he needed to dial back the language, he needed to dial back the angry sentiments, and he seemed to be fighting against those two impulses throughout this evening's lengthy speech.
Well, Trump did shift away from his message of unity and details of his shooting, and he went back to the partisan attacks for which he's so well known fairly quickly. But Catherine, Trump has made several false and misleading claims in this convention speech, including that the US has had the worst inflation ever while Joe Biden was in office. But during Biden's presidency, in June 2022, consumer prices actually rose by an annual rate of about 9.1%. And its highest level since 1981, but not of all time, right?
That's right. That's absolutely right. He also claimed that Democrats have tried to raise quadruple taxes in this country, which is an easily fact-checked false claim. I would also like to note that he praised Hungarian President Viktor Orban, who, is an authoritarian leader. He praised the country of Venezuela. He joked that the next time they held a Republican National Convention, it would be held in Venezuela, which is a country which obviously has its concerns about its government. So there were some very interesting statements here that need to be examined when we look at the president's speech here in Milwaukee.
Meanwhile, also in classic Trumpian style, at one point he described a massive invasion at the southern border and a planet teetering on the edge of World War III, which is a likely reference to the wars in Ukraine and Gaza that have begun since his successor took office. He's also pledged on day one to drill, baby, drill and close those borders.
Right. He came back to that theme again and again throughout the speech with the crowd chanting, drill, baby, drill. He also promised that once he was reelected, if he's reelected, he will immediately deport millions of undocumented immigrants. He also talked about, how if he had been president, the war in Ukraine, the war in Israel would never have happened. So a lot of big claims from the former president here in Milwaukee tonight.
In fact, he also made his first foray into the well-trodden path of 2020 election denialism fairly early in his convention speech, saying that they used COVID to cheat.
That's right. He again claimed that the virus came from China. He referred to the 2020 election as, quote, ridiculous. Of course, we all remember that he encouraged his supporters to storm the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021 to overturn those election results. So he made a lot of his very familiar claims in this speech tonight, while also saying that he would bring in a new golden age of the United States, promising that to everyone within the convention center, saying that it would be the biggest, the best, the greatest country that we have ever known so far.
Additionally, Trump also claimed that the Biden administration took our energy policies and destroyed them, and then they immediately went back to them. Catherine, isn't this claim misleading? Because under Joe Biden, the U.S. is actually producing more crude oil than any country ever?
That is correct, yes. And that is something that is always a very popular line with his supporters that they want to believe, and so they chant back to him when he does say that.
In fact, I must inform our viewers that Trump's record was an average of 12.3 million barrels per day in 2019. Biden actually set a new world record of 12.9 million daily barrels in 2023. But Catherine, Trump repeated another claim that is a favorite among Republicans, that the Biden administration supposedly hired about 88,000 IRS agents. This claim is false, right?
This is a false claim as well. Yes, you are correct about that. So, in terms of if we're stepping back and we're looking at the way the speech was billed as a speech of unity, if we're going to go through all of these claims that are false and have been repeated falsely throughout the past few months, the past few years, this really is not a change in tone from the Trump that we've known. Yes, he spoke about unifying the country. He spoke very movingly about his assassination attempt. But when we get down to the details of this speech, it was very, very similar to what we've heard again and again throughout the years.
In fact, the chart that Trump says he was looking at a point when the gunman was opening fire in Pennsylvania, which he credits for saving his life, features some misleading statements as well. I just read that the chart reportedly comes from a graphic created by the office of Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson, and it purports to show monthly encounters with migrants on the U.S.'s southwest border.
That's right. Yeah, Trump counts the way undocumented immigrants are apprehended at the U.S.-Mexico border differently than the way it is officially counted. And he uses those statistics to look and make the immigration crisis appear larger than it is.
Right. Former President Trump took the stage with a bandaged ear. He's made a lot of claims, many of which have to be fact-checked as they are misleading, but he has vowed the largest deportation operation in the history of America. Thanks so much, Catherine, for joining us with the latest from Milwaukee. Really appreciate your time. Well, Donald Trump's speech, clocked at more than an hour and a half, is the longest televised speech given by a presidential hopeful accepting the nomination. Trump's speech broke records he'd already made while accepting the Republican Party's nomination for president in the 2016 and 2020 elections. This is according to data from the American Presidency Project. Now, at first, Donald Trump adopted a tone of unity, but many say quickly lapsed into familiar partisan attacks, such as accusing Democrats of weaponizing the justice system. We have with us Editor-in-Chief of News Mobile in Saurabh Shukla joining us on the broadcast to analyze Trump's comments and the RNC as a whole. Thank you so much, Mr. Shukla, for making time for us. While Trump's speech, widely viewed as a test of his plea for unity, it began on a personal tone. It soon turned to Trumpian talking points, misleading statements and lies. After this speech, you think Trump has shown little appetite for changing his ways, changing his tone and his words?
You know, Donald Trump is known for his Trumpism, but I can tell you that when he started off, he was a subdued Donald Trump. And certainly that assassination attempt seems to have had some kind of an impact. But obviously, he can't go away from what that he's known for. But if you ask me, talking to a lot of analysts here in the US and a lot of voters, I think he made a performance which will only help him in these elections, Parmeshwar, because something which he did very well. One, he addressed his own gallery, which is the core Republican base, but he also went out to speak to other voters who are undecided, especially in the swing states in the US. There are some Democrats voters who are having doubts about, President Biden. So certainly Trump cleverly played to that gallery as well. That's the reason why he spoke about unity. Yes, he turned to some of the other things that he was speaking about earlier. There was some misinformation that was there, claims which are fact-checked and found to be not true. All that was there. That's classic Donald Trump. But if you ask me in terms of the performance, he played to the gallery and he did it well because he knew that he has a role that he has to play. And after that assassination attempt, a lot of sympathy factor is also played in for him. And he made sure that was there. If you saw the visuals that were played out, it was very well calibrated. And I would say that the Republican strategists did a fine job in making sure that he stuck to the script. He obviously did his own bit of Trump humorism, which he does, saying that, Kim Jong-un, has been missing him. And
his comment about Nancy
chats with
Pelosi.
a couple of world leaders. Yeah.
In fact, some political experts actually argue that this was an echo of former President Ronald Reagan, who also projected strength and humor after being shot back in 1981. Reagan was politically untouchable from that point on. But you think things are expected to be similar for Trump?
I want to bring in a very, very important point. I'm glad that you brought Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan is a very, very well-regarded president, a Republican president. He also had a very famous speech on immigrants. Donald Trump spoke about legal immigrants. So he made a distinction about skilled legal immigrants here and illegal immigrants, which will be a good news for the Indian immigrants who are there in the US. A lot of IT professionals were very worried about a Trump presidency, but I think he assuaged that fear. And that is something which, if he holds on to that, that will be good for Indian professionals who are there in the US. But if you see his foreign policy, obviously he's talking about ending the Ukraine war. He's also trying to say that he will end the Middle East conflict, whether he's able to do that or not. But at least these promises augur well for the global politics. But having known, and I've interviewed him in the past, interacted with him, but he can be very unpredictable. But he's somebody who has a conviction on certain issues. So that's the reason whether it comes to foreign policy or to the economy, he has a certain conviction. He's talking about lowering taxes. He spoke about that how he met a waitress in Nevada, and when she told him about taxes and tips, he decided that he's going to end any taxes on tips. So these are populist things that he's talking about because he's very smart on that. And if you ask me, as of today, as we evaluate the US politics and the election process, he has an edge following this speech.
In fact, a lot of polls also indicate the same, Mr. Shukla. But Democrats' reviews of Donald Trump's convention speech are actually in, and they are overwhelmingly and unsurprisingly negative. In fact, one Democratic advisor has said that he has not changed, he has not moderated, he has gotten worse. What are you picking up on, Mr. Shukla? What are the Democrats saying?
See, Democrats, obviously, any opposition party has to criticize. They can't say that he did a fine job. But behind closed doors, they know, and they have been saying, I've been speaking to a lot of them, that compared to their candidates, whether it was the performance in the debate, he has been performing better. Yes, people have doubts about the fact that he, does speak a lot of things which are not factual. But compared to President Biden, in terms of the performance matrix, especially when it comes to voters, the core voters are not the voters who fact check you on every issue. So for them, he is being, addressing to the gallery, and he has been performing well. Democrats, I have to tell you this, there is a strong possibility that President Biden may be forced to withdraw his candidature. It remains to be seen who will take his place, and can that Democratic nominee take on this new avatar, so to say, of Donald Trump? And can he really take him on, especially in the swing states? That is a big question to be answered. But for now, if you see his performance in the Republican convention, Donald Trump has an edge because of the fact that not only did he, address his core voters, he also spoke to some of the other undecided voters, which will be critical in the upcoming US elections 2024.
Of course.
Parmeshwar?
Mr. Shukla, as we wrap, Donald Trump also claimed tonight that the Biden administration took his energy policies and destroyed them, and then they immediately went back to them. Now, we know that this claim is misleading because under Joe Biden, the US is actually producing more crude oil than any other country. What do you have to say about the misleading statements and lies that were basically pronounced from the stage tonight at the RNC?
No, I agree with you. I know that Joe Biden's energy policy has helped US and also in some ways stabilize global oil prices. And he's had a good energy policy. In fact, on critical minerals, specifically, I think US has taken a lead on making sure that they have a policy on critical minerals, which was very, very pivotal for them and addressed the national security needs. I know that Mr. Trump's statement there were not factually correct, but these are the things. That's what I was trying to tell you. His core constituency is more bothered about the semantics, more about the atmospherics, and he addressed them very well. If you see the delivery, if you see the performance of what President Biden had in his debate with Donald Trump and Donald Trump's speech now, and also situation has changed. Following the assassination attempt, he also has got a lot of sympathy factor of having somebody who's a strong president who is fighting for the American people. And I can tell you, based on as things stand today, certainly he has an edge compared to President Joe Biden. But it remains to be seen who Democratic Party is going to nominate as the next candidate, because that's what I'm hearing from our sources, that there's a strong possibility that this weekend President Joe Biden may announce that he will not be the Democratic candidate. But this is all in the realm of speculation as of now. There's no confirmation, but that will decide what really happens in the election 2024, because there's 3 months to go, and politics is the art of impossible.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure to chat with you, Mr. Shukla. Thank you so much for making time for us.
Pleasure.
Let's wait and see if the sympathy that Trump has garnered actually translates into electoral gains in November. Meanwhile, as Mr. Shukla was highlighting, Joe Biden, multiple reports state that this weekend he could make a decision on whether to step down from this presidential race in November. We also have with us on the broadcast Adele Malka Nazarian, American media personality and political analyst. Thanks so much, Adele, for joining us on the NDTV network. For a convention that has been remarkably well produced, and given the level of energy from the stage, from opening acts by wrestler Hulk Hogan to singer Kid Rock, some argue that the speech landed with a thud. Do you think so?
Oh, I think quite the opposite. I think that this is a completely reinvigorated Trump. I mean, he's calmer, he's in control, he's not, attacking. He mentioned he was going to only speak Joe Biden's name once throughout the speech, and then he didn't mention him again because I don't think he felt the need to. This is a different Trump who has been given a second chance at life and who I believe is having a commanding control over his narrative. I really wish that we'd seen this side of him during the last election cycle. I think we would have seen a very different result had that been the case. So I don't think it was a disaster. I think that was one of his more powerful, impactful speeches, frankly.
So Adele, Donald Trump claimed tonight that the Biden administration took their energy policies, destroyed them, then they immediately went back to them. This claim is clearly misleading because, as I've pointed out on our broadcast before as well, under Joe Biden, the US actually produced more crude oil than any country ever. In fact, there were over 20 misleading statements made at the RNC convention speech. What do you have to say about these misleading statements and lies?
Look, I think that waging wars is a very expensive endeavor, and it's, the cost of freedom is also expensive. But I think that what Trump said, which is really important, is that if he were president today, that these wars wouldn't have happened. And you have to think about it. If those wars weren't waged, would the amount of crude oil that's being produced have increased? Was it an attempt to offset the cost of war, unfortunately? And who's really, I know that the price of oil and gas throughout the world was benefiting because of that. But at the end of the day, the president's supposed to serve the American people. And you have to really question at the ballot box, who are they going to vote for? Do they want the person that's going to be, taking care of the rest of the world first, or the commander-in-chief potentially that's going to take care of them first? And as Mr. Shukla also pointed out earlier, the no tax on tips, that's just one amazing example of how he's so in touch with the everyday American voter, their bottom line, what's in their pocketbooks. And I think at the end of the day, economy, that's the one thing that's going to potentially have him make it over the finish line over his Democratic counterpart, whether it's Joe Biden or his replacement.
Indeed. Meanwhile, the GOP tried to appear as a unified front this week, with many of Trump's one-time presidential rivals appearing as campaign surrogates. We saw Nikki Haley, we saw Vivek Ramaswamy on the stage at the RNC. In comparison, you think the Democrats have been in disarray over the top of their ticket?
I think that it's clearly by the reactions. First of all, the fact that he extended an olive branch to Nikki Haley, I was very surprised. Frankly, I don't think that we would have seen that occur had he not had that near-death experience on Saturday. I have to tell you, he's a changed man. I think the Democrats are a bit in disarray. They saw this empowered Trump tonight. Of course, they're attacking him. I definitely don't see the same sort of unity on the Democratic Party side. They're still deciding. They're very divided. They're still deciding if they're going to try to force Biden to step down. So yeah, to be expected. This is potentially another chance for the Republican Party to honestly regain some footing if they can carry this out the right way.
Well, then of course we know Trump is ahead in this race and Democrats are currently in turmoil. But a boring speech poorly delivered may have had nothing to do to move the needle at the moment. Is it fair to say Trump may be happy to leave the needle where it is?
I have to say, boring in terms of less attacks, absolutely. He's, again, a different person. He's the same person, but a different perspective on life, I would say. So I'd say he was very calculated. And yes, some obviously enhancements of information. It happens with everyone. We're used to this. It's par for the course with politicians. But I'd say that it's never boring when Trump is on stage. And
you can say that again.
Yeah, sure. It's never boring when Trump is on stage. And I'd have to say that he definitely is in a more secure place with himself, knowing that, for example, if the election was held again today, tomorrow, next week, I think he'd definitely win. 3 months away, of course, we don't know what kind of surprises are in store. The infamous October surprise is what we're all looking out for. But if we're taking a look at it today, I think he definitely knows he's got the lead, and that came across in tonight's speech.
Well, Adele, such a pleasure to chat with you and hear your thoughts regarding the Republican National Convention. Thank you so much for joining us on the NDTV network. Well, the 4-day Republican National Convention has wrapped up with a lengthy speech by Donald Trump, his first since an assassin opened fire on his rally in Pennsylvania on Saturday. Trump has formally accepted the Republican presidential nomination, and for what he said would be the first and only time he recounted the assassination attempt because it was too painful for him to bear. The former president, took the stage with a bandaged ear. He has lashed out at his opponents at the Democratic Party, but his speech was widely viewed as a test of his plea for unity and opportunity to temper his signature incendiary rhetoric. While it began on a personal note, it soon returned to familiar Trumpian talking points on foreign policy, the economy, energy and immigration, as we've heard from experts on the NDTV network as well.
I better finish strong.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ये आयो बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Milwaukee International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं।
बहुत performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
YSRCP chief writes letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Jagan alleges targeted attacks on YSRCP leaders and cadre. Breakdown of law and order cited in the letter written by Jagan Mohan Reddy. Politics heats up in poll-bound states like Maharashtra and Haryana. Congress in Maharashtra to hold meeting and focus on cross voters, while in Haryana they have launched a new campaign. CBI detains first-year student from Ranchi RIMS for alleged involvement with the Solver gang in the NEET UG paper leak case. Maharashtra state government submits report on trainee IAS officer Pooja Khedkar to centre. Meanwhile, Pune police have also sent a second notice to Pooja. 4 passengers have died and over 20 are injured after several coaches of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh Express train derailed in Uttar Pradesh's Gonda. Track restoration work on war footing. Just ahead of Modi's 3.0 first budget next week, NDTV speaks to farmers in Madhya Pradesh to understand their demands and expectations. Bangladeshi students set fire to the country's state broadcaster a day after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina appeared on the network seeking to calm the situation. At least 32 people have been killed so far. Now, YSRCP chief Jagan Mohan Reddy has sought Prime Minister Narendra Modi's appointment. This comes after he has written a letter to the Prime Minister. Now, Jagan Mohan Reddy in his letter complained of targeted attacks on YSRCP leaders, cadre and the supporters of YSRCP in Andhra Pradesh. Now, he has also cited in his letter that there is a complete breakdown of law and order situation in the state of Andhra Pradesh under the current Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu, and there is a need for central probe in the criminal activities that are taking place in Andhra Pradesh. Now, the former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister will also visit family of murdered YSRCP activist Rashid, and he will be meeting the victim's kin. Now, Rashid was hacked in middle of moving traffic on Wednesday. YSRCP MP PV Mithun Reddy attacked has also been cited in the letter that has been written by YSRCP Chief Jagan Mohan Reddy to Prime Minister. Now, in his letter to the Prime Minister, Jagan Mohan Reddy has cited how there is a complete breakdown of law and order situation in Andhra Pradesh. His party leaders, YSRCP party leaders, are being attacked and are being attacked none other than but by TDP workers. Now, this is some serious allegation that has been leveled by Jagan Mohan Reddy in his letter to the Prime Minister. My colleague Uma Sudhir is joining me on the broadcast for more details. Uma, tell us what other details are there mentioned in the letter that has been written by former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy to Prime Minister.
So very significant that Jagan Mohan Reddy in fact sought an appointment with the Prime Minister, given the political kind of a situation where the YSRCP did have friendly relations with the centre, with the Prime Minister as well in the past, but now his political rival, the Telugu Desam, is what has been in alliance. So he has sought an appointment with the Prime Minister. He has said that the constitutional machinery in Andhra Pradesh has broken down, and he has also said that all his party members, supporters are all being attacked in order to eliminate his party workers and to ensure that it is the TDP which remains as the political force. And therefore, he is suggesting that there are targeted attacks, and he's asking for a central agency probe into the kind of attacks he says that have happened on his party workers over the last 40 to 45 days. Three things significant. He has specifically mentioned the murder of YSRCP youth wing activist Mr. Rashid that happened on Wednesday evening at around 8:30 p.m. In Venukunda on a busy street. And Jagan Mohan Reddy, in fact, is on the way to go and meet the family of Rashid, while the police in Palnadu has said that this was interpersonal rivalry that led to the murder of Rashid. Jagan Mohan Reddy and his party are insisting that it is a politically targeted rivalry that has led to that kind of gruesome murder right in the middle of the road, where the hands of Rashid were chopped off, and then a fatal blow was done on his neck and on his head that led to his death. So second part of it is that he's also said that it's not just the cadre and the supporters and the sympathizers of YSRCP who are targeted, but he says even the elected representatives are being attacked, and he has pointed to PV Mithun Reddy being allegedly attacked yesterday when he had gone to meet a former MP, and he says elected representatives are also coming under attack. He also has mentioned that government properties that were built during the YSRCP regime, whether this village secretariat, all of that is also being destroyed as an attempt to kind of wipe out the kind of good work that YSRCP had done and the legacy of the YSRCP in Andhra Pradesh. And he says all this needs to be brought to the attention of the Prime Minister, and that's the reason why he has sought an appointment with the Prime Minister to apprise him of the situation there. Back to you.
Right. Uma, thank you so much for sharing all the details. And when this meet will happen remains our top focus as well. Now, politics is heating up in all the poll-bound states like Maharashtra, Haryana, and focusing first on Maharashtra, today Congress is all set to have a big round of meetings in Mumbai to chart out a strategy for the upcoming assembly polls in Maharashtra. Now, the Maha Vikas Aghadi ally is likely to crack a whip on all their members who cross-voted in the recently held MLC elections where BJP, NCP, Shiv Sena registered a victory. My colleague Anuj is also joining me for more details on it. Anuj Raite, if you can give us some more details on what exactly can we expect from the Congress meeting?
You see, a series of meetings have been held in Mumbai since yesterday. Yesterday we saw in the morning Shiv Sena meeting was held, and in the evening there was a BJP meeting. Today it seems the day for the Maha Vikas Aghadi as the Congress kicks off their spree of meetings. Only today they'll be having two meetings. Right now we're present here at the Garwari Club, where as you can see behind me the movement is increased as the meeting is currently underway of all the senior Congress leaders from across the state. It also includes former chief ministers, former central ministers, and several of the MLAs and a few of the recently elected MPs as well. Now, there are a couple of things on the agenda which become very important in today's meeting. Firstly, the seat sharing formula. You see, there has been a lot of chatter around the seat sharing formula for the upcoming state assembly elections from all the six parties, and none of these parties, be it Maha Vikas Aghadi or Mahayuti, have spoken in unison, complete unison as of yet. Of course, they've all shown their strength as an alliance, but none of them seem to have gotten down to any formula. If you talk specifically about Maha Vikas Aghadi, the Sharad Chandra Pawar NCP and the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena have given a bit of hints about what kind of formula they're expecting, but the Congress hasn't done it, and this seems to be one of the first, one of the first instances when the Congress might sit together with all their senior heads down and discuss what would be the formula to go ahead with. You see, Congress was the most successful party after the Lok Sabha elections in Maharashtra. They won 13 out of the 17 seats that they contested, and even an independent candidate extended his support to the Congress party. So on the basis of that, it is quite natural that as the earlier reports also stated, that the Congress might indeed ask for the most number of seats in the MVA. Secondly, as you rightly said, there are 6 to 7 MLAs from the Congress party who cross-voted, and that probably resulted in the defeat of one of the Maha Vikas Aghadi endorsed candidate in the MLC election. So what action will the Congress party take on them? There are certain reports which state that in this meeting, action cannot completely be expected because it is said that it is the Central Committee led by Mallikarjun Kharge, the national president of the Congress party, who might take the decision on it, because the Congress party is, the state players taking a decision on it might result into certain sort of demotivation for the Congress cadre and the current MLAs on the ground today. So these are the two important things that the Congress party will decide today. But this is just an addition to what we are seeing since yesterday. Will there be a single formula for both Mahayuti and Maha Vikas Aghadi will become the fulcrum and the crux of the news as far as Maharashtra politics is concerned in the next couple of weeks.
Giving us the details and what will happen exactly in the MVA meetings remains to be seen, and we will be keeping a close track. Now, shifting our focus to Haryana, well, after fighting the Lok Sabha election over issues such as price rise and unemployment, the Congress is gearing up to contest the upcoming Haryana state polls on similar problems faced by the people. The party's campaign slogan, Haryana Mange Hisab, claims that the state has the highest unemployment rate in the country, highest price rise, and highest crime rate. My colleague Gurpreet Chinna is also joining me for giving us more details about Gurpreet, what is exactly the strategy of Haryana Congress to counter the BJP? We'll try and reconnect to Gurpreet Chinna, who has been tracking all the developments and what's happening in Haryana Congress. Meanwhile, while Haryana Congress is giving a big campaign push to its problems highlighted in Haryana. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party has also declared that they will be fighting alone in Haryana on all 90 seats. It remains to be seen whether the India bloc will come out with another strategy, but for now, in Haryana, Congress and Aam Aadmi Party will contest alone, while Haryana is targeting the BJP government on issues such as price rise and unemployment. The Congress is gearing up to contest the elections with a campaign named Haryana Mange Hisab. The Congress claims that under BJP government and Nayab Singh Saini's government, the Haryana state is witnessing highest unemployment rate in the country, highest price rise and highest crime rate. Now, this remains to be seen whether the Congress party and the Aam Aadmi party will be able to counter BJP's growing footprint in Haryana. Remember, this comes after there has been a political blame game on the BJP. Now, my colleague Gurpreet Chinna is also back with us to give us more details. Gurpreet, what will be the ground strategy of both Congress and the Aam Aadmi party to counter BJP?
Well, if we can talk about Haryana, we have seen the political activity has already been started in all over the district and specifically in the state. We have seen yesterday Aam Aadmi Party, they held a press briefing where they had explained they are going to contest 90 constituency in all Vidhan Sabha, and it seems that they are going solo to contest this Vidhan Sabha election in Haryana. Same thing we have seen the BJP Chief Minister, which is the BJP which is ruling in the state, they are conducting a multiple programs in the multiple districts also, and the Chief Minister has been holding multiple programs in the various districts. We have seen the Union Home Minister, he has already come to Haryana 2 times. One, he held a meeting with the BJP leaders in Panchkula, and we have seen Mahindergarh, he has just recently visited there. So as of now, if we can talk about the Congress, Congress has already started its campaign from the ground. Haryana Mange Hisab, they are trying to attack the state government, saying the government has failed from all the front to provide employment to the youth. They are also raising the question of the crime which has been reported in the state. So all these points, they are putting a question mark over the state government. So as of now, what we can understand, the political activities have already been initiated in the state in wake of upcoming election that are likely to be scheduled in the last week of October. So let's see that how these campaigning of the different political party, whether it's Aam Aadmi Party, BJP, INLD or Congress, how it is going to leave impact on the voters. Back to studio.
Right, Gurpreet, and if I can ask you one more question about what will be the Aam Aadmi Party's strategy on ground B. They have said that there will be no India alliance in Haryana, but what other strategy do they have?
Well, yesterday they had explained they had already holding up multiple meetings, and around 6,500 meetings have already been held in the various locations of Haryana in a specific districts. Also, they say they are trying to amend their strategy, political strategy, and they are going to explore all these strategy in this election, the way this campaign was being carried in Punjab, and specifically they were saying in Delhi Aam Aadmi Party is ruling, in Punjab Aam Aadmi Party is ruling, and both the borders are connecting Haryana also. So they are also trying to inculcate the ruling states also. But yesterday we have seen they are saying within a few days they are going to tell that how and what type of political strategy they are going to opt and adopt in the state, so that they will be able to make a mark in this Haryana elections. Back to studio.
Thank you so much, Gurpreet, for giving us more details about it. Now we're getting some more breaking news right now. In the Bilkis Bano case, Supreme Court has dismissed the interim bail plea. Now the top court has said that they will not hear plea of the 2 convicts in the Bilkis Bano case. As per the top court, this is completely unacceptable. My colleague Ashish is also now joining us to give us more details and put this judgment in perspective. Yes, Ashish.
Yes, actually, 2 convicts in Bilkis Bano case, Radhesham Bhagwan Das and Raju Bhai Babulal, moved as Supreme Court for interim bail till fresh decision on their remission is made. But the bench headed by Justice Sanjeev Khanna observed that what is this clear and how is it even maintainable? Absolutely misconceived. And how can in Article 32 means in public interest litigation we sit over the appeal? Supreme Court dismissed both the convicts there seeking interim bail, and now they will be remain behind by a bar till next they file any petition or mercy petition. Actually, in a landmark judgment on January 8 this year, Supreme Court had nullified the release of 11 convicts And Supreme Court bench headed by Justice P.V. Nagaratna said, to uphold rule of law, which is more important than public liberty, these convicts shall remain jail. So it's an important observation by the Supreme Court today also, and the Supreme Court said these petitions for interim bail is conceived and dismissed for this. Yes.
Right. Thank you so much, Ashish Bhargava, for giving us all the details. Now, the Central Bureau of Investigation continues to investigate the alleged malpractices that took place in the National Eligibility Cum Entrance Examination that was held on May 5. Now, CBI has now detained a first-year student from Ranchi Medical College for alleged involvement with the Solver gang in the NEET UG paper leak case. Now, as per sources, the CBI team had detained the first-year student and he has been questioned for now. This has come into the limelight after the whole alleged malpractices in the NEET UG paper that was conducted by the National Testing Agency came to light. CBI has been probing who are all involved in the alleged malpractices like paper leak and the Solver gangs case. Now the CBI has detained a student, a first-year student from the Ranchi Medical College for the alleged link to Solver gangs. My colleague Prabhakar Kumar is also joining me for more details. Prabhakar, CBI has detained a first-year student from Ranchi Medical College. How did the CBI manage to establish the link between the student and the alleged Solver gangs?
See, the details as to why that girl was picked up from the Ranchi Medical College is not clear yet, but what we have seen is in the last 2-3 days, around 5 students have been picked up. If you remember yesterday, 4 students from Patna AIMS, they were picked up. They were also allegedly part of the Solvers gang, and today a first-year student has been picked up from the Ranchi Medical College. We are told that she probably had access to the leaked question paper, as we are told, and she was also part of the Solvers gang. So remember, now CBI is inquiring into it. It's all the raids at various places, right from Bihar and Jharkhand. They are all been conducted by CBI, and they are trying to explore 2 angles. One is the alleged leak of the question paper, the leak of the NAT question paper, where the entire gang, the entire cartel which was operating behind it, we know 19 of them are behind bars and a few of them are still absconding. So they are trying to connect the dots. And the other aspect of it is the Solver gang, the students who were involved in solving those question paper. Most of them were the medical students studying in the various medical colleges across India. 4 students have been picked up from Bihar, from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences Patna branch, and 1 from Ranchi. And we are told that there will be a few more arrests actually, which will follow in days to come.
Right. Thank you so much, Prabhakar. And this is the latest arrest that has come in the NEET paper leak probe. Now, after a week-long probe, the state government's General Administration Department has submitted its report on Pooja Khedkar. A copy of the report has also been sent to one-member committee formed by the central government. The report is a collection of documents obtained from various agencies to test the veracity of various claims made by Khedkar before joining the IAS service. Now, chief among them were medical and income certificates that were submitted so that she could secure OBC and PWD quota benefits. Her parents' background is also covered in the report. Now, in the latest, Pune Police has issued a second notice to IAS officer Pooja Khedkar. Now, Pune Police has summoned Pooja Khedkar on July 20. My colleague Paras Dama has more details.
So I'll start with one of the most important thing in this entire report is that in this entire matter, the main document which has been submitted by the state government to the central government and the ODPT is that the Election Commission affidavit on her father, former civil servant Dilip Khedkar, state his net worth be rupees 40 crores, which conducted. Pooja claims that the family annual income was less than 8 lakhs to enable her to avail OBC quota benefit, and the certificate from the RTO stating that Pooja did not have a driving license. The report also mentioned her unruly behavior at the Pune Collectorate where she was posted. The report also mentions that she has installed an amber beacon and state government logo on the Audi she was using to to the work, and that she had a dispute with a senior official over the use of the Audi. The report also mentions that the time she spent in Pune and she claims the cabin of the additional collector Ajay More and use her personal car for office duty. The submitted report also mentioned the medical report that she has claimed that she is mentally disabled and she has problem with her eyes. So this is the entire report which has been submitted by the state government to the central government. Also a copy of this has been sent to central government. Plus with that, central government also is probing into this entire matter and has to submit the report in 2 weeks. So in this entire matter, trouble is mounting for Pooja Khedkar and family.
Now the death toll in the Uttar Pradesh train accident has risen to 4, while several remain injured after several coaches of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh Express train derailed in Uttar Pradesh's Gonda yesterday. Restoration work is underway currently. The driver of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh Express claims that he heard a loud explosion before multiple coaches derailed. A high-level inquiry has been ordered in the case. An ex gratia of rupees 10 lakh for the kin of the deceased and rupees 2.5 lakh for those grievously injured has been announced by the railways. Now, out of the 21 coaches, 5 coaches of the AC compartment derailed a few kilometers before the Julahi railway station. Several trains have been impacted on the route and a few have been diverted. Now, the politics over the matter is also escalating, with the Congress now hitting out at the centre, saying that this is yet another instance of how Modi government has systematically jeopardized rail safety. The Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will present the first budget of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's third term on July 23. Now, farmers are also keeping a close eye on the budget, especially those in Madhya Pradesh. We reached Sihor, where the country's Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan hails from, to understand the expectations and demands of the farmers from the budget. Take a look.
Mama Ji or Shivraj Singh Chauhan is the new Agriculture Minister of India, and the farmers of Madhya Pradesh have a list of demands and expectations that they hope will be addressed in this union budget.
These are the country's food providers. Once every year at the time of union budget year, they look to Delhi with hopes. So we have reached Sihor, the home of country's Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan comes, the district where around 3.50 lakh hectares of land is cultivated in Kharif and 3.56 lakh hectares in Rabi, where 86% of the cultivated area is irrigated, where soybean, paddy and maize are cultivated. Sihor's Sharbati wheat has carved its own identity not only in the country but also globally. Rameshchandra Verma was seen tying a turban in Chanderi village of Sihor. He is a big farmer, mostly growing wheat and soybean crops. He wants cooperative banks to increase the loan limit. There are also some demands on MSP and storage of produce.
जैसे जिला सहकारिता बैंक में किसानों की जो है लिमिट 10,000 रुपये पर एकड़ है, उसको बढ़ा के मतलब जो है 50-60 हज़ार एकड़, बाकी दूसरी बैंक उन 60,000 दे रही है, तो जिला सहकारिता बैंक को भी जो है 60,000 करना चाहिए उसको बढ़ा के नहीं। और 0% ब्याज में मान लो जो है 10,000 रुपये दे रहे हैं, दूसरी बैंक 7% में जो है 60,000 रुपये दे रही है, तो इनको भी जो है जिला सहकारिता बैंक के लिए भी मतलब जो है कि हम केंद्र में सरकार से ये निवेदन करते हैं कि इसकी जो है लिमिट बढ़ाई जाए। कृषि यंत्र के ऊपर जैसे उन्होंने मान लो सब्सिडी दे रहे थे, वो सब्सिडी उन्होंने ख़त्म कर दी, तो वो सब्सिडी चालू करें वापस। और जीएसटी मान लो कृषि यंत्र के ऊपर जीएसटी नहीं लगना चाहिए।
Bane Singh Rajput prioritizes technology in his fields and also practices organic farming. However, he is upset with the delay in getting seeds. He also wants the market for selling organic products to be accessible and middlemen should be eliminated.
आधा आदरणीय यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री से निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि किसानों को जो समय पे बीज दिया जाता है उस समय के आधारित पर दिया जाए और नई पद्धति का चयन करके समय पे बीज दिया जाए। अभी मेरे को बीज दिया था, जब बोनी होने के बाद में बीज उपलब्ध कराया गया और वो बीज उपलब्ध कराया गया था कि जो किसान ने 4 साल पहले उसका चयन कर लिया गया। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री से निवेदन है कि जैसे आप 6,000 दे दो 10,000 करें। उसके साथ साथ किसानों को जो जीएसटी अनुदान पे जीएसटी लगाई जा रही है उसे खत्म करें।
Anup Mewada is a small farmer. The Madhya Pradesh government has promised an MSP of 2,700 on wheat. He wants the centre to increase it further.
जिला सहकारी बैंक है वो 10,000 रुपये पर एकड़ केसीसी दे रही है और अदर बैंक है 40 से 50,000 रुपये पर एकड़ देती। तो हम यही आशा करते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी से कि ये जिला सहकारी का जो लिमिट है वो 40 से 50,000 रुपये पर एकड़ की जाए। एनएसपी पे ये गेहूं पर बढ़ना चाहिए भाई, जो इन्होंने 2700 करा था वो 3,000 हो जाए।
MS Mewada is a very popular among the farmers in Sihor. He roams around the village solving many farmers' problems.
वो जनपद सीओ मैडम आई और पीएच का एसडीओ आया और तहसीलदार आया।
Now he is directly requesting Mamaji for an increase in Kisan Samman Nidhi. He also hopes the finance minister's kitty has something new on the issue of crop insurance.
खुशी मनाऊं कि आप लोग कम से कम किसानों की आवाज़ उठाती है। एनडीटीवी हमेशा किसानों की आवाज़ आपने उठाई है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से भी हमारी बजट में उम्मीद है कि पूरे भारत के किसानों को 10,000 रुपये देना चाहिए। सम्मान निधि के 10,000 होना चाहिए, क्योंकि 6 नहीं, सबके साथ अन्याय नहीं होना चाहिए। केसीसी हमारी अभी लिमिट बढ़े, जैसे अभी 1 एकड़ पे बैंक जो है 40,000 रुपये देती है, उस लिमिट को बढ़ा के 1 लाख रुपये कर दे। हम तो उसका बाकायदा ब्याज भुगतते हैं। दूसरा समय पे हमें लोन मिले।
Sharbati of Sihor is also called the golden grain, golden in color, heavy on the palm and sweet in taste, hence the name Sharbati. The farmers here hope that the budget will also bring some sweetness in their lives.
The farmers of Madhya Pradesh await the budget with bated breath, hoping that their voices will be heard and their demands will be met. In Chanderi village, Sihor, with camera person Rizwan Khan and Anurag Dwari for NDTV.
Now, the union budget will be presented next week in Parliament, and everyone from the middle class to corporates, salaried employees to farmers will be watching to see what's in the budget specifically for them. Now, provisions in the budget could also improve support, accessibility and overall quality of life for those with disabilities. Listen in to Disability Rights Advocate or talking about their expectations from this year's budget.
My expectation from the union budget is quite some. At this point of time, the expenditure that happens on disability sector is less than 0.3% of the total GDP. I want that total expenditure to grow to at least 0.6 to 0.7% of the GDP, so that more people with disabilities are getting impacted, and also the economic empowerment is something else that I am looking forward to for people with disabilities, because unless we put economic empowerment as a priority after the trainings that we provide the person with disabilities, the economy will not flourish.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In association. Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Now, the BJP versus Congress showdown has escalated in Karnataka. BJP has trained guns at Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, seeking his resignation. Now, as per BJP, and that's what they are claiming, that the state is riddled in multiple scams due to corrupt Sarkara in the state. And hence, BJP has also claimed that Karnataka Chief Minister's involvement in this cases like Mysuru Urban Development Authority and his ministers are accused in Karnataka Maharishi Valmiki Scheduled Tribe Development Corporation case have made him unfit to be the chief minister in Karnataka. Now, this has come after there has been ongoing protest on streets in Karnataka against the Congress government in the state. Meanwhile, the Congress government in the state has claimed that all these cases or as per the BJP scams are just a political witch hunt by the BJP to target the Congress government in the state and topple the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's Sarkara in the state. The Congress party has also claimed that the central agencies are being misused by the centre and the BJP to target the opponents like Congress government in the state. My colleague Pratibha Raman is also joining me for more details. Pratibha, how is the Congress government tackling charges such as the Muda scam and the Valmiki scam now that the BJP is going after Chief Minister Siddaramaiah seeking his resignation?
Well, yesterday the Karnataka Assembly witnessed a lot of ruckus with the BJP getting into the well of the House, protesting against the Chief Minister as well as the Congress government, pointing out the different alleged scams. And in the meantime, this was the time when Chief Minister Siddaramaiah was preparing to get his answers ready for all the questions that were pointed out by the BJP. And in fact, the CM Siddaramaiah went on to speak to the media as well as on the floor of the House, where he suggested that when he is ready to give all the answers, when the Congress has been all the while patient to hear all the allegations that have been leveled by the BJP, why not the BJP give a listening ear when it comes to the CM's answers? Now, this was the kind of arguments that were presented on the floor of the House. However, the House was adjourned yesterday. Today, the session again resumed with a lot of arguments that were pitted against each other. And the House has been adjourned again for about 10 minutes now. In fact, the DCM, Mr. D.K. Shivakumar, did speak to the media where he said that the Congress's strategy would be to prepare and expose all the scams that the previous BJP government was involved in. Why not point out those scams, expose the BJP? So this has turned out to be a political face-off and a political blame game of sorts. We are yet to see what will transpire once the session resumes. Back to you.
Right, Pratibha, and the BJP will not easily let go of these scams like the Muda scam and the Valmiki scam that the Congress has found itself in. Thank you so much for all the details, Pratibha, and joining us on NDTV. Viewers, don't go anywhere. We're slipping into a very short break.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and
Now, the four-day Republican National Convention just wrapped up with a lengthy speech by former U.S. President Donald Trump. His first since an assassination bid was taken place in Pennsylvania on Saturday. Trump formally accepted the Republican presidential nomination, and for what he said would be the first and only time he countered the assassination attempt. Listen in.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. No? Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. The crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. Inflation has been a killer for our country. I will bring back the American dream.
Sound a lot like his old self. I heard the first 10 minutes of his speech. I was inside the convention center right behind me. The first 10 minutes were very quiet, very thoughtful. He said that he would recount the experience of surviving the assassination attempt, and he would only tell that story once for the crowd inside the convention center. They were very moving. He seemed very different and very moved. But as the speech grew longer, as the night went on, we started to see the old Trump, and we saw some flashes where he seemed to be fighting against his nature, where he would start to mention President Biden. He never mentioned President Biden by name, but he would start to refer to him. He would go back to some of his familiar themes about the killing fields of our cities, about the crime and anger of illegal immigrants in this country. All of the familiar things we've seen from President Trump over these past 9 years came back tonight in this speech. He did mention, though, that he had been told by Franklin Graham, the pastor, and by others that he needed to dial back the language, he needed to dial back the angry sentiments, and he seemed to be fighting against those two impulses throughout this evening's lengthy speech.
And at 19, Isha Singh is among the youngest Indians to be an Olympian at the Paris Games. NDTV's Uma Sudhir got a chance to shoot questions to the shooting sports star, who says why meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi was very reassuring for them ahead of Olympics. Take a look.
So today I have the privilege of shooting the questions to Isha Singh, who is an Arjuna awardee. You are also Asian Cup champion and also world level champion, now selected among the youngest, in fact, to go to Paris for the Olympics. Does the big stage really unnerve you? What do you do to keep yourself calm?
Well, I like to take gratitude in the opportunities I'm getting, and I feel that these stages that are becoming higher and higher that I'm going to is all because of my hard work, and it's definitely not an individual goal that I'm achieving. It's also like a teamwork of my parents, my friends and my family who have always been supporting me. And I'm just grateful for all these experiences that I'm getting that are making me grow as a person and as an athlete.
You've been on the world stage many, many times, and this time because the name is Olympic, and then what are you going to be doing different in Paris?
I like to believe that just because of a name or a title becomes any bigger doesn't mean that the competition changes. I think it's all in your head, and I would like to go and execute my game as I'm heading to the Olympics, and not go with a result-oriented mindset, but just follow my process and do my best.
You were telling me earlier that, this time the team, you're kind of not taking any chances. What is the Indian team doing different this time? And when Gagan Narang and others are there, what do they keep drilling into your head?
Well, we've been getting immense amount of support from the Federation, the NRI. They've been doing a very, very good job with us, and they're really trying their best to give whatever they can for the athletes for their best interest. And this time we have psychologists on board, we have an HPD with us, we have an amazing team of coaches, and I think the team has never been strong enough.
And it's a 21-member team, if I'm not wrong, shooting team. Having so many members in the team, does it become a strength, or are there just too many?
No, definitely it feels like we're all a whole team, even though it's an individual sport, but having your teammates there really boosts your morale. And yeah, we have a lot of unity, I can say, and since we have been traveling together for so long, really happy looking at the way everybody's achieving, and the amount of medals we got in the Asian Games also proves that you can have your hopes up high for us this Olympics.
What is the most unexpected thing that they're asking you to expect at the Olympics?
Well, I guess I wouldn't say it's unexpected, but having the best performance ever from the Indian team is something I can say.
Okay, best wishes to you. So they're shooting for gold. That's what shooting for the stars we say, shooting for gold. That is what Isha Singh and her friends are going to be doing for us at the Paris stage. In Hyderabad, with camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
Well, with that, we are stepping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. More news and updates on this side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Maharashtra government submits report on trainee IAS officer case. Report submitted to centre after week-long probe. Junior police sends second notice to IAS Pooja. Maharashtra government probe alleged misbehavior by the IAS officer. Uttar Pradesh train accident, death toll rises to 4. Focus on track restoration work at site. In Gonda, multiple coaches of an express train derailed. And just ahead of Modi 3.0's first budget next week, NDTV speaks to farmers in Madhya Pradesh to understand their demands and expectations. Bangladeshi students set fire to the country's state broadcaster a day after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina appeared on the network seeking to calm escalating clashes that have killed at least 32 people so far.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its
And now in our series of Remembering Kargil Heroes, NDTV is now bringing you the Kargil War Hero Squadron leader Ajay Ahuja Veer Chakra's story. Take a look.
When we got married, he told me, you are my second wife. And I was shocked. What is he saying? Then he said, Air Force is my first wife and you are my second wife. And he always did that. He was such a caring person. I mean, he didn't care only about me. He cared for each and every person he met. Even in each and every party also, you will find him laughing only, smiling only, no tension, nothing, always ready to help. 18th May, I got a call from the squadron that get his bags ready, we are going to Srinagar. I said, what is that? All of a sudden, he didn't tell me that we are going to Srinagar. We were told to pack up the bags. On 22nd May was his birthday, so I thought they'll be coming back by 22nd May. 22nd when we spoke, then he said कि नहीं we are not coming, and bete ki vacations were starting, so he said कि I'll send you the tickets, you both come to Srinagar, we are going to stay here for some more time. I said okay, and my son was really excited that we are going to meet Dada. And next day, 23rd May onwards, all the civil flights were cancelled. That time also didn't struck what is wrong. 26th May onwards, when airstrike started, then we realized that something is there. At 4 o'clock on 27th May, the station commander was in uniform and he came to my place with my friend, and Ajay told me that in case somebody comes in uniform, that means something is wrong. So when I saw him in uniform, I got scared. I had to ask my friend, why has he come to our place? So he said that Ahuja has ejected, but he is missing. And there was no news after that. And I was just praying to God that I should get some good news about him, but it was 4, 4:30, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and it was getting dark. So I was worried, and we were just waiting. By 8:30, they said that one Nachiketa had ejected. So they said that one has survived and one is no more. Now who is no more was a question. And by 8:30, they said that Ahuja is no more.
This brave pilot, who only loitered over the area in an attempt to locate and spot the downed pilot, had been shot. Now this is a cold-blooded murder, an act of cowardice on the part of Pakistani regulars.
They both were in fact friends rather than son and father. So he was very close to her. And I couldn't tell him what had happened, and he was watching everything. But didn't ask me any question, but he was just watching that something is wrong, but he didn't know what has happened, because you can't imagine a 5-year-old child to think about this. And then he went to different places with me. He saw Dada's photo everywhere. And but he was just watching. And one fine day he told me, when I went to Kota and came back, he said, "Mama, Dada ab kabhi nahi aayenge." That's all.
And finally, watch this. Guwahati assistant cop assisting the disabled people to cross a bridge. Cop helps differently abled to cross bridge. Assam Chief Minister has lauded the Guwahati police officer for his help to the differently abled. And that's all we could pack up in this bulletin, but don't go anywhere. Big breaking news coming right after the break.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ये आया बात पैसाबाजार.com।
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Global Microsoft outage affects multiple systems. This is multiple newsrooms have been affected by this outage. as far as the Madras High Court notice to the centre is concerned, the High Court notice to the centre over new criminal laws. This is a notice on the petition by the DMK leader. The petition challenged the constitutional of laws. In Karnataka's BJP versus the Congress face-off that continues. The BJP MLAs demand the resignation of the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Now, the BJP is accusing the Congress government of multiple scams, while the Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar has gone on to say they have full faith in the Special Investigation Team. YSRCP chief writes a letter to the Prime Minister. We're talking about Jagannath Reddy, saying that, talking about the targeted attacks as far as the leaders of the YSRCP and the cadre is concerned, calling it a complete breakdown of the law and order situation, saying there's a need for a central probe. He has asked for some time of the Prime Minister. So he's written that letter asking for some time with the Prime Minister. Politics heats up in poll-bound states. We're talking about Maharashtra and Haryana, with the Congress in Maharashtra to hold meetings and focus on cross-voters. So that meeting is underway. While in Haryana, they have launched a new campaign, while it is the Aam Aadmi Party that's decided to go solo on all 90 seats of Haryana. CBI detains the first-year student from Ranchi for alleged involvement with the Solver gang in the NEET UG. This is the NEET UG paper leak case. The first arrest that is being made of the Solver gang. US former President Donald Trump recounts the shooting horror as he accepts the Republican nomination while attacking Joe Biden. He says the damage that Biden has done to the country is unthinkable, and he's talking about the American dream, how it will be brought back under his leadership. He's gone on to say he wants all of America, not just half of America. He's also gone on to say that he'll bring down taxes as well as reduce inflation, and that the war with Ukraine or the war in Israel wouldn't have happened under his watch. Protesters want a government hiring policy reform. Bangladeshi students set fire to the country's state broadcaster a day after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina appeared on the network seeking to calm escalating clashes. So far, at least 32 people have lost their lives. A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. Let's get to your top story. That's a Microsoft outage that has struck users nationwide, limiting access across the country. Services including major banks and news outlets have been affected by the outage, as well as systems including Gmail, Amazon and Australia Post. Now, the global Microsoft outage is affecting multiple systems, and to get more on this, we have my colleague Vishal joining us. Vishal, many news outlets have been impacted as well. We're talking about airline operations that are affected, users unable to access Microsoft services. We at our office are getting impacted here as well.
That is right, Divya. So as we speak, at least 4 to 5 systems in our office itself, shut down suddenly, and they were not able to restart it. So in the beginning, we thought it's a local problem, but it turns out to be a global outage of Microsoft 365 services and some Azure services as also. So the latest report suggests that some flights in the US and also in India also some flights were grounded due to this outage. However, reports from the US suggest that outage has been resolved. Microsoft 365 status on the X website, X social media also says some of the outage situation has been controlled. But as we speak, there are some latest updates coming in from the cloud of Microsoft that says that impacted services may include but are not limited to Power BI, Microsoft Fabric, Microsoft Teams, Microsoft 365, Microsoft Purview and Viva Engage. So these are some of the services of Microsoft that might have been affected. Microsoft is regularly updating as to how it's trying to mitigate this situation. The latest update from Microsoft 365 status on the X website says that our services are still seeing continuous improvements while we continue to take mitigation actions. So as we've been reporting that they have taken some action and they have been able to counter some of these outages, but the global outage still remains. We are hearing that in India as well, some flights have been grounded. We are yet to confirm that, but reports are coming in from all over the globe that this service outage has impacted almost everyone.
Bringing a lot of businesses to a grinding halt. As you mentioned, many flights that we are seeing have, in fact, that is being reported is that many flights in the United States have been grounded because of this outage. Take us through the other sectors of the industry that have been impacted.
So as I mentioned earlier, some of the other services that could have been impacted as Microsoft has been declared on its live page. Some of the services are Power BI, Microsoft Fabric, Microsoft Teams, Microsoft 365, Microsoft Purview, and Viva Engage. So these are some of the services that Microsoft provides, and all of these have been affected. And also the Azure medium of Microsoft has been affected. So it seems to be a global outage as we speak, but we'll get you the latest. As of now, the Microsoft 365 status is reporting that services are still seeing continuous improvement. So they have been able to somehow mitigate this, but as we've been reporting, it's a global outage and it still needs to be handled.
Right, from what we're hearing from Microsoft is that, they are trying to restore this issue. They're trying to fix the problem. How long has this problem been going on?
It's been at least the first time it was reported was at least 3 to 4 hours ago. And suddenly airlines were starting to, stop their services, and then newsrooms started getting affected. Sky News from the UK had to shut some of its shows, had to air some documentaries, and in our office also some systems were affected. We thought it was a local problem, as we mentioned earlier, but it's a global outage.
Right. I mean, it is a problem that's ongoing over hours, and they haven't been able to fix the problem. Yeah. It seems to be a very huge problem that's going on over the last 3 to 4 hours. From what we're hearing from reports coming in, as long as 5 hours, since many systems have crashed across the world. This is a system. Yeah. The Microsoft 365 system is down. This is what they have been putting out, those warning signs saying that the systems are down and some users will face issues and inconveniences that have been caused. They're regretting those inconveniences while saying that they're trying to fix the problem. Vishal, take us through, we know airlines services have been grounded. Yes. We do know that things have, as far as the computer systems at many news outlets have been impacted as well. Let's just also first get our guest in. We have Ankush Sabharwal, founder and CEO of AI and Tech Expert, joining us to get us more on this. Ankush, when was the last time we saw this kind of outage?
I think we had seen around 4 years ago, especially in Mumbai data centers, because of extensive heat in Mumbai. I think the servers were down for around 5 to 6 hours in India.
So, Ankush, from what we are seeing on the internet is that it's at least been about 5 hours since Microsoft has been impacted. What's really causing this blackout?
I don't know. I just came to know about this. I don't know what's the cause of it. But fortunately, we are safe as a company, and all our clients and all our users are safe. We always try to have multiple strategies for the disaster recovery. If one cloud is not working, we switch over to other. But we had most of our servers, not most, I think majority of our servers are in India, and we have zero impact. I'm not sure whether this outage is for the data centers all over, or it's only in the US. I've seen some reports in the US companies getting impacted.
Back home here as well, we are getting impacted at NDTV as well. We have my colleague Vishal also joining us. Vishal, take us through the areas, the sectors that have been impacted due to this outage that is being reported for almost 5 hours now.
So as I spoke earlier, that systems in offices, newsrooms, everywhere they have been affected. But we are getting reports that airlines are also affected. So we have a slew of updates from the airlines. SpiceJet is saying that we are currently facing a technical issue in providing updates on flight disruptions. Our team is actively working to resolve this issue. So it's all over now. Akasa Air is also updating that due to infrastructure issues with our service provider, some of our online services are affected. So it's starting to spread in India as well. The report suggests that it's some kind of a bug that was involved with the update that could have caused this, global outage. However, confirmation from Microsoft is yet to be done. Microsoft is continuously updating on what's been going on and how it's trying to mitigate the situation. As I mentioned earlier, there are several services that have been affected, like Microsoft Teams, Microsoft 365. Azure services also affected, and now back in India, some airlines such as SpiceJet and Akasa Air have grounded flights, have not been able to process requests from their customers because of this outage.
Right, so Vishal, is this because they've been trying to update their system, update their Windows, and that is what has really caused this outage?
Yes, so initial reports do suggest that it could be something related to the updates involved. There could have been some kind of a bug that was unintentionally introduced into the systems which caused this global outage. However, confirmation from Microsoft remains. And we have to note the fact that these outages do happen once every year, whether it's Microsoft, some other services, these outages do happen and affect millions of systems across the globe. And generally, these tech companies take some hours before they, resolve these problems. So it's been a couple of hours for us actually. So we'll have to wait and see what actually caused these problems that has affected, millions across the globe.
Ankush Sabharwal, of course, we have seen this outage, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, we've seen this happen in the past. How long does it usually take for this problem to get resolved, and what does one do in these situations?
Yeah, so I think though we can be heavy in one service provider, but we should always have disaster recovery mechanism, always have plan B in the technical aspect. So you can have parallel, probably full load capacity failover, or maybe the mini version of fallback. But especially when you have services where millions of people are using it, and because of one service provider, there can be huge impact on financial reputation and so on. So we should not probably be dependent upon one service provider. That's probably the lesson. And again, as I said, I'm not sure about it, but again, even one service provider gives services in multiple regions for disaster recovery. So as I was saying, say we have servers in India, maybe as a backup, few of them we can have outside India. And even in India, there are 2 to 3 data centers from each service provider. So we should take probably multi-region approach so that we can handle our customers in this kind of situations.
Right, so from what we're hearing is whether it's SpiceJet or whether it's, flights in the United States, they've been grounded because of this crash as far as the Microsoft, system is concerned. What does one do in such situations? I mean, this could go on for hours and perhaps even the whole day.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not sure what is causing and why, especially all major airlines and even saying your services have been impacted. As I was saying, we are safe, and so we also use GCP, Google Cloud majorly, and we also use some of Microsoft services. I'm not sure why. I have checked with my team as well. Nothing is impacted. I have seen few Microsoft services, all are working. I don't know, maybe it's region-wise, or maybe some services. And maybe the airlines, as we know, I think most of them are dependent upon GDS, the global distribution partners, and maybe they have been impacted. And in fact, and then eventually all the service providers who are using one software or one GDS got impacted. Yeah, so sorry, I don't have much details, but maybe we are safe with the kind of strategies which we have taken in past, because we have seen this kind of situation around 4
Right,
years ago.
Ankush, there is a statement that's come out by Microsoft. My colleague Vishal has all the details. Vishal, what have they said? What is the reason behind this outage?
So Microsoft is giving the details now as to what could have caused this global outage. So they're saying that configuration change in portion of our Azure backend workloads caused interruption between storage and computers resources, which resulted in connectivity failures that affected downstream Microsoft 365 services dependent on these connections. So I know these words are full of technical jargon, but they have come out and said that due to some updates, due to some configuration changes in their system, this happened, and this global outage was a result of this configuration change. Microsoft has just updated on that. It's on their cloud page. So how they are going to mitigate this problem is what remains to be seen, and we'll get you the latest then.
Right, Vishal, from what we'd heard also is that Microsoft was changing the way it updates its Windows, introducing checkpoint cumulative updates. Could that also be something that's led to this outage?
Again, that remains to be seen as to the exact reason, but they have come out with an initial statement saying that some kind of configuration change in their system caused this global outage, which resulted in grounding of flights across US and now also in India. As I mentioned earlier, airlines such as Akasa Air and Spice Airlines, they have also said that their flights are affected and urged the customers to be patient as they have not been able to book flights also. Reports are suggesting that. So, and as I mentioned earlier, systems across newsrooms, across offices who use Microsoft, they have all been affected. So it's a major outage affecting millions of people and millions of systems across the globe.
Right, of course. Let's also just get our viewers that update that's been put out by the airline. So let's just also talk about SpiceJet, like you mentioned. They put out a message on X saying we are currently facing a technical issue in providing updates on flight disruptions. Our team is actively working to resolve this issue. We regret for any inconvenience caused and will update you once the issue is resolved. Thank you for your patience and cooperation is what SpiceJet has gone on to put on X. And also, like you mentioned, it is Akasa Air, which has also grounded its flights and saying that due to infrastructure issues with our service providers, some of our online services, including bookings, check-in and managing booking services, will be temporarily unavailable. Currently, we are following manual check-ins and boarding processes at the airports and hence request passengers with immediate travel plans to reach the airport early to check in at our counters. We sincerely regret the inconvenience caused and want to assure you that our teams are working with our service providers to resolve the same at the earliest. But now we do know what really has caused this outage. It is an outage at Microsoft, which is causing this outage, whether it's flights here in India or it's flights in the United States that are being reported to have been grounded because of this outage by Microsoft. They had said that their cloud service outage in central United States region was resolved after it led to the grounding and cancellation, but it continues. Even though they had said that they've kind of resolved the matter, they're now saying that it continues and they are still trying to fix the problem, which is ongoing at the moment. So the report suggesting as of now that they're investigating issues with their cloud servicing in central United States, which has caused that grounding and cancellation of several flights. So many flights that have been grounded because of this technical outage, a major Microsoft technical outage that has hit its operations temporarily. So many industries have been impacted, including news outlets such as ourselves. And to get more on this, we have Ankush Sabharwal with us. Ankush, we have seen these outages in the past, but this has been carrying on for 5 hours now. When was the last time that Microsoft was hit with such an outage?
Yeah, I think the incident which I was talking about because of heat and hot weather in Mumbai, it was Microsoft services which were down. And I think as they have mentioned, looks like their probably object storage has been impacted. So whoever is using object storage of Microsoft, maybe they are getting impacted. And whatever we use, whether it's about maybe booking or any services, the storage is important, right? Whether we store a file or any resource, even image. So I think any online operation involves the resources, and usually we store the resources in the storage, and they are not mentioned what storage, maybe the object storage can be database as well. So maybe I think that's the reason most of the services who are using Microsoft are impacted.
Right, global Microsoft outage hits systems. You can call in and express your views here at NDTV. We are facing issues here at NDTV as well due to this outage. What can be the possible impact? Which are the industries that could get impacted with this outage at Microsoft? Ankush.
Yeah, so I think looks like now everyone who is using Azure, because whoever uses Azure, maybe 90% of the users would use storage. I think now everyone, right? So I think Microsoft has large of enterprise customers, SMB customers, even government customers. Looks like everyone would be impacted, but again, it's not the monopoly.
Right, Ankush, what we're hearing is that even hospitals have now been affected by this outage. We are getting news coming in of how the hospitals are now finding, especially patients there, are facing difficulties and issues and inconveniences being caused in hospitals as far as Delhi is concerned. So if you're getting impacted, whether it's at airports or hospitals, do call in and express the difficulties you're facing because of this outage. You can call us here at NDTV. Of course, Ankush, take us through, how long does it take to fix a bug like this? I mean, this is a very huge outage. It's taken hours already. How long does it generally take to fix such issues?
See, in ideal world, if things don't work, they would have tried to do some change, and if maybe that has not worked out, and ideally in software industry and maybe other industries, if things don't work, we roll out our change, right? And it should not take more than few minutes to roll back our deployment plan. And even when we do the rollback, it doesn't necessarily mean we'll bring down our services, because we can do parallel deployments.
Right. We also have Pallav Bagla of NDTV joining us to get us more on this. Pallav, we're seeing hospitals are getting impacted, airports are getting impacted, basically airlines are facing a lot of issues, the news outlets are facing issues such as ourselves. Which are the other industries that can get impacted by this outage?
Well, all the users who are using 365, Microsoft 365, and also using the Microsoft cloud services are likely to be affected, because this is an issue with the cloud of Microsoft. And this is something it is not something which was not anticipated. Anybody who uses a cloud, this is an expected outcome of sometimes when the outage happens. So, yes, many services are likely to be affected, especially where they are using the cloud, meaning the storage is off-site onto a system which is controlled by Microsoft. If you're controlling and storing your systems on your own hard disk, then you don't have an outage. Like my own system is not out, I'm working as normally as I could. I don't use cloud. But anybody who's using the cloud services of Microsoft is definitely affected. And today, many users are now using the cloud services.
Right, Pallav, how long does it usually take to solve such a bug, to fix this problem? I mean, from reports suggesting that it's been at least 5 hours since the United States got impacted. And, there's been a domino effect. Gradually, we're hearing of reports streaming in of the effects it's having.
Well, it's very hard to say, and only Microsoft engineers can tell us what is really the problem and how they are going to fix it. They have a major issue with the cloud, and then they should be able to fix it as soon as possible, because today the world is very dependent on both the internet and the cloud services. So they should be able to resolve it swiftly. But then in the world of software and internet technology, it is very hard to say till the solution arrives.
Right, of course, it is Microsoft who has gone on to put out a statement on its website saying that our systems are currently impacted by a Microsoft outage, which is also impacting other countries. We appreciate your patience. So it is, of course, Microsoft 365, the cloud-powered productivity powered by Microsoft that allows users to make their, the employees a feature as far as the Microsoft Office software is concerned. So all of them have been impacted, like we're saying. And what's really happening on the laptop is that you see a blue screen. That is what really happens, and your system starts to shut down, and that is what we're seeing in our office as well. It is impacting airlines and it is impacting hospitals back home here in India, but it all started in the United States, where a lot of flights this morning, 147 of the Frontier Airlines were grounded. Other airlines are getting impacted. We've heard from SpiceJet as well as other airlines here back home that are getting impacted due to this outage. We have Vishal with us. Vishal, take us through, what really happens. I was working on my system and suddenly the screen went all blue.
Hello?
Vishal, take us through what's really happening to the system that's getting impacted by this outage.
So it's mostly the cloud computing platforms that have been affected, as Pallava mentioned earlier. So right here also, we started witnessing these outages about 2 hours ago, when suddenly computers started flashing these blue screens. And even when, IT experts tried to help us, they couldn't help. And then later we learned that it's a global outage. Then Microsoft started releasing statements saying that the systems have been affected. And as I mentioned earlier, they have also given some preliminary root cause. I would reread again for the viewers. It says that a configuration change in a portion of our Azure backend workload. So Azure is the cloud computing platform of Microsoft that caused interruptions between storage and compute resources, which resulted in connectivity failures. So this has affected downstream Microsoft 365 services dependent on these connections. So this whole thing is connected to cloud computing, and Microsoft has been giving updates as to how it's trying to face this problem and mitigate the problem. They have also listed out some services that have been resolved, such as Microsoft Defender, Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, Microsoft Intune, Microsoft OneNote, Microsoft OneDrive for Business, SharePoint Online, and Windows 365. So some of these services were affected, and now they have been resolved.
Right. Vishal, we also have a first caller, Ravi, joining us to take us through, the inconvenience that's been caused by this outage. Ravi from Bengaluru, thank you so much for speaking to us here this afternoon on NDTV. What are the inconveniences that are being faced by you?
Sure. Yeah. Hi. This is Ravi speaking from Bangalore. The inconveniences are too much. Especially for critical services like hospitals, for airline industry. I'm here to make another point here, which is a plan B, right? Wherever there are critical services which are involved, like hospitals, like airline, when we do not have these kind of problems, we'll have to think over and we'll have to find out a plan B, so that there is an uninterrupted supply, or there's an uninterrupted services which are offered to the patients, to the people, especially when it is critical, right, in hospitals and other things. So it is high time, whether it is Microsoft or any other service providing company, should think about plan B whenever there are system failures, because obviously system failures will happen, right, because it is all built by humans. So plan B should be executed immediately, and we should not have these kind of 5 hours or 6 hours of outage and then people suffering because of that, right?
Right. We also have with us Vikas calling us from UAE. Vikas, tell us, how does this problem really happen, and how long does it take to basically fix this bug?
So this issue actually has happened because, like right now, what we are getting from the updates, that it has came from a company called CloudStrike. So CloudStrike is a security company. They install endpoint software in all the devices, by which they monitor all the incoming and outgoing data of the Windows. So what has happened actually, they have pushed some kind of update from their side, and that has basically not worked well with the Windows operating system. and the system has crashed, basically.
Right, Vikas, so the problem that's occurred, are you in the United Arab Emirates also facing this issue?
All over, like Australia, America, New Zealand, Singapore, all are facing the same problem. Whoever is using CloudStrike as the security endpoint, currently, that's the update which we have. That's the rollouting which we are doing. It's not basically a Microsoft issue. It's basically a CloudStrike issue, what we are seeing right now.
Right, so it's a CloudStrike issue, and from what we heard was that it was Microsoft that has gone on to put out a statement saying that the configuration change, a portion of their Azure backend workloads has caused eruption between storage and also their resources. So this is what's resulted in connectivity failures. So when there is a connectivity failure, it's across the world, like you're saying, from Australia to the United States, here in India, and all the way in UAE as well. So what are any reports coming out of the United Arab Emirates? What are the services that have been impacted with this outage?
So all the endpoint devices, it's not only the servers or Azure right now, it's also the laptops which are having the endpoint security software as CloudStrike. They are also down right now. So we have many of the laptops here in our company, because I run myself a cybersecurity company. We are an infrastructure company in UAE actually, and I am the CIO of that company. So most of the clients are calling me, most of the customers are calling me for the same issues, and that's what I checked with our US and other branches, and they all are saying the same thing. The endpoint devices, whatever the devices are, basically Microsoft Windows, because the DLL files which gets the update are Microsoft. That's why only Microsoft devices are right now affected, because the update which they have pushed were only for Microsoft Windows.
Right.
Not Linux, not any other thing, not Google or not any other thing. So
are
that's
flights
why
getting
Azure,
impacted due to this in the United Arab Emirates?
Sorry?
Are flights also getting impacted in the UAE because of this outage?
If the flights like Emirates and other people, if they are using CloudStrike as their security system, of course they will get a problem. But till now we don't have any update from UAE. But from Australia we have the update. Their supermarkets, their airports, their police stations, all are affected right now.
Police stations, supermarkets, all getting impacted in Australia. Reports coming out as because
if you can see in the ABC News also, if you can see the article in the ABC News also, all the supermarkets and all the people who are using, all the companies, corporates which were using CloudStrike as their security systems, right now they are saying they are having this problem. The best thing is like what I have did, I did not start my laptop from like last night. So my laptop is still okay if it is not connected with the internet, so I cannot get the update from CloudStrike. My PC is working fine till now, but I cannot just connect to the internet. Once I connect it to the internet, the updates download in my PC, it will go off.
So, you're quite an expert in such a situation. How long does it take for such a bug to be fixed, and when was the last time we saw such an outage?
See, in this kind of thing, which I have seen for blue screen of death, there is no automatic solution for this one. What I know for this one, like there will be no like someone from Microsoft or someone from CloudStrike will do something in their servers, and we will, automatically our PCs and everything will be fixed. Someone has to go on the endpoint, boot. Like I'm talking something technical right now.
Right.
They have to basically boot from the Windows in a safe mode, remove that DLL file, and then only it will start. That's what I have seen from my experience. Blue screen of death means from Windows level, from machine level, your PC is not booting.
Have you faced a similar situation in your company as well, earlier?
Sorry?
Have you faced such a situation earlier as well?
Yes, it has. When Windows has pushed some kind of wrong updates, but what Windows does, Microsoft does, they don't push the update together to all the systems one time. They do it regional wise, like, for this area for some time, then in other area, or in batches, just to see the impact if they are not getting impacted or there is no downside. But what this company has done, they pushed the update together at same time. That's why during this few hours only, everyone is getting the same problem.
Right. We also have Sharad joining us from Bengaluru. Sharad, what kind of an issue are you facing regarding this complete outage that we're seeing? And like our previous caller was suggesting that it's not just here in India, but in the United States, in Australia, in the UAE, everyone getting impacted with this outage.
Yes, I do agree to that. Just now I think his name was Vikas from UAE who was actually explaining it.
Right.
It is actually not, even I don't see that it's a problem because of the Microsoft. Yes, it is because of the CrowdStrike, right? Because, I do work for one of the tech giant in India, and I do have, the clients who are in UAE, Australia, US, Canada, UK, right? And all the clients were also reporting the same problem, where we are the major IT solution provider for those clients. And everybody were getting the same problem. And then when we reached out to the CrowdStrike to report this bug and things like that, they confirmed, yes, it is because of the CrowdStrike. One of the CrowdStrike agents which has failed. I don't know if everybody has gone through, because all of my clients did gone through a recent Windows patches, which also contained in one of the CrowdStrike related updates, which was sometime in the last week. And people who have gone through that patches are facing this particular problem. And it is a major impact. And as Vikas was the last person who was talking to you, as he explained, it was also because of not because of the Microsoft. It is because of the CrowdStrike. And CrowdStrike did acknowledge it when we had reached out to them to explain the current situation.
So, right, millions of Windows users across the globe are experiencing that blue screen of death. This is an error that's causing the system to suddenly shut down. That is what we are seeing on our screens due to this outage at Microsoft. We also have with us, let's just get our Ankush back with us. Ankush, take us through, this issue that is, many across the world are facing. It's just a matter of time before the next person in your office gets impacted by something like this. I mean, we saw a domino effect. One by one, everybody around us was getting impacted. I mean, some of the computers are still working. Take us through, how is it that some computers are continuing to work and some are getting impacted?
Yeah, I think it's maybe because we are using various services, right, to run any operations. And if those service providers are using Microsoft Azure, which have been impacted, especially for the storage which you're talking about, and we would have impact because, right, so currently we have no idea, so right, which of our service providers are using Microsoft Azure. And yeah, so I think again, all of our service providers are the software products which we use widely. They should have some disaster recovery mechanism or plan B, or switchovers or fallbacks, so that they are not impacted and hence we are not impacted.
Right.
So,
We also have Pawan Dukal, cyber expert, joining us to break it down for us that, at the moment we're in office and we do know that some of the systems in our office are getting impacted, as are other news outlets that are getting impacted as well. We're hearing of supermarkets, hospitals, airlines, all getting impacted with this outage. Take us through how widespread can this really get?
Well, because Windows are the predominant OS around the world and large number of people use Windows, therefore the possibility of large chunks of the community getting impacted, large verticals getting impacted is going to be relatively high. However, who finally will be impacted or not be impacted will be dependent on what further sequence of events actually evolves. But the fact remains is it a mere glitch? Is it a malware? Is it a spyware? Or is it part of a bigger cyber attack? The chances of this being part of an orchestrated attack is going to be relatively very important for us to consider. Why? Because if this can happen at a global level, please see the kind of panic or fear or or anxiety that this kind of an episode can trigger, which can be seen classically as an example of cyber terror. So apart from that, it could also be seen as a potential breach of cybersecurity, because maybe this was not what was intended, but there were some contaminants, spyware, malware, which must have got in somewhere, as a result of which this particular episode would have happened. But please understand, it's very early to comment as to what exactly has gone wrong. Yes, it's going wrong. Therefore, people need to be careful. But extensive investigations will have to be done by national authorities, apart from the concerned companies.
Right, Pawan, we'll just come back to you. Let's just go across to our caller, Amrita, who's joining us from Bengaluru. Amrita, take us through what really happened with you. Have you also faced this outage and a problem, say, on your computer?
Yeah. Hi, ma'am. So this is Amrita from Bangalore. I work for one of the healthcare domain company. So today when I joined to my company, initially I was facing a lot of restart issues, especially this blue screen issue. And when I asked some of my friends from other companies, so they are also facing this issue. So actually we are stuck at our work basically, and we are facing a lot of issue. I don't know when it will be back. Maybe it might be any cyber attack or anything as such, but it is seriously affecting our work also. So yeah, I feel it should be resolved very quickly so that we can continue on our work.
Right, so huge difficulties being faced by people across India. We had a caller from Bengaluru, now we have a caller from Kolkata as well. Mitra, take us through the kind of difficulties that you're facing.
Well, actually, I got a message on my mobile phone saying that my income tax return has been processed by the CPC, and this was about 50 minutes ago. But and the intimation has been sent to my registered email ID. But on opening my ID, I find nothing.
Right, so definitely this is impacting all kind of financial transactions as well. So let's just get our cyber expert back in to know more on this. Pawan Dogal joining us. Pawan, how does one make sure that there's no cyber fraud when it comes to such situations? How can one safeguard oneself?
Well, let's understand that with our growing realization and growing dependence of the electronic ecosystem, we are bound to take the electronic ecosystem and internet for granted. But please remember, instances like these will keep on reminding you that nothing is permanent. Everything is only a transient or temporary phase. Therefore, let's first have plan Bs in place rather than just only focusing on plan As. Plan A is internet is on 24/7 and we will never have a problem. But that plan may not necessarily work. So plan B is what kind of appropriate processes do you have in place should internet not be working or should these episodes happen? So first and foremost, disaster recovery management becomes important. You must have your data separately, not on the internet, but at a separate location, so that in the event like this happens, at least your operations don't stop. Number two, we will have to start adopting cybersecurity as a way of life, because we still don't know how many systems have been impacted or how many have been contaminated or data has been contaminated. That only time will be able to tell. But if you have backups which are not connected to the internet, at least you are going to be relatively safe. Number three, we will have to start adopting cybersecurity as a way of life as we go forward, asking all stakeholders to start inculcating cybersecurity as part of their day-to-day cyber hygiene methodologies and habits. Number four, we have to be on the lookout of these kinds of episodes happening. If these episodes are happening, we must immediately go ahead and disconnect our computers so that the other computers of the network don't necessarily tend to get impacted. And ultimately,
Pawan, we also have a caller joining us from Mumbai. Abhay joining us. Abhay, what kind of issues are you facing?
So I'm working for
Abhay, we can't hear you too well. If you could just call us back in the meantime, let's just also get in our other caller, Dr. Rahul Bhargav, who's joining us from Ethiopia. Rahul Bhargav, just take us through the kind of inconveniences that are being caused to you due to this outage.
So the outage has disturbed the whole lifeline of a hospital as such, because lots of people have to get registered through for the online payments and across blood testing in the OPDs, and there has been a long queues because of this outage which has happened right now, which is causing the whole inconvenience to the patients who are visiting the hospitals at this present moment of time. And we also don't know when till this what time this outage is going to be rectified so that people can get benefited out of it. So there's a huge line, and this interconnected world, this is a real threat when you're so connected with each other through a digital world. These are the real problems one has to face through in this digital era.
So, Dr. Rahul Bhargav there joining us from Ethiopia. Take us through, how long have you been facing this issue?
So this has been a long pending issue, because the whole idea is that whole digital network, the hospital runs through the EMR system, and all of the things has been digitalized without causing inconvenience to the patient. Now what is happening is the patient, when enters into the hospital, cannot pay because the systems are down. He cannot pay, he gets a consultation, and if the doctor writes some tests, those tests are not being done because those cannot be paid, because the whole system, again the LIS, which is called as Laboratory Information System, as well as the EMR are connected. So at every level, when the whole hospital systems are working digitally, any of these outages can actually lead to whole inconvenience to the patient as such.
Right, Dr. Rahul Bhargav there joining us from Ethiopia. So it is absolutely a problem that the world is facing this morning across the globe, whether it's the United States, Australia, the UAE. Now we have a caller from Ethiopia, a doctor taking us through the problems that hospitals are facing and their lineups and queues being formed because of the systems crashing there. We also have Sahil joining us from let's also just bring in Pawan Dugal. Pawan, you were taking us through, going forward, what is an alternate route in order to avoid such a situation?
Well, there are no absolute alternate routes. We just need to ensure that we put all our eggs not in one basket, but in different baskets, so that in the event one basket would be impacted, the other baskets ought not to be impacted. So again, disaster recovery management will become a very important mantra for people in order to ensure that their operations are up and about as they go forward. So clearly, I think corporates will have to make sure that there are redundancies that are built in to the architecture of the network. They have to make sure that they are simultaneously going ahead and using the services of different vendors, so that in the event one vendor services go down, the other vendor services would promptly come up and will ensure that there is no disruption of business. But ultimately, it's all got to do with awareness of cybersecurity. Today, large number of companies are not focusing the kind of attention and emphasis that they need to give on cybersecurity. And as a result, cybersecurity is a low priority area for the boards. Very quickly, with world seeing different countries coming up with national laws on cybersecurity, I think corporates will have to start ensuring more proactive compliance with applicable legal provisions pertaining to cybersecurity, so that at least they are on the right side of the law. Now, seen from another perspective, this is also
Pawan, many people might be fearful of what could really happen. I mean, they could lose a lot of business over the next few hours. It's been going on for 5 hours at least, from reports that are suggesting back in the United States, reports suggesting of how flights have been grounded, and it's been at least 5 hours since that. We also have our next caller, Kiran, calling us from Bengaluru. Many people in Bengaluru being affected by this outage. Kiran, take us through the problems that you've been facing.
Bangalore, working in a software company. So from morning I have started my data to start to work on that. When I'm connecting to VPN, it's showing VPN is not connected, and suddenly that blue screen issue has appeared. So I thought it's like a company-based issue. Then later on I got it's a global kind of Microsoft outage. Like, so I'm a bit scared that time because I'm working on like some busy work. Like that's why suddenly it's restarted. All my work is gone.
Right, so many issues being faced by especially the IT hub of the country. We're talking about the Silicon Valley of India, Bengaluru. So many of our callers calling in from there. In case you're facing any kind of issues at airports, hospitals or elsewhere, do call in to us here at NDTV. For now, we're sipping a very short break. Back with a whole lot more regarding this Microsoft outage.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ए आयो बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility according to the
Welcome back. Millions of Windows users across the globe are experiencing the blue screen of death error, which is causing the system to suddenly shut down or restart. Microsoft in a message said that the error is being caused due to a recent CrowdStrike update. The bug has affected several companies, banks and government offices. We're talking about hospitals and airlines are getting impacted. And to get more on this, we have Pallav Bagla joining us. Pallav, Indian airlines are getting affected, hospitals are getting affected, not just here but across the globe.
When you have any service which is on a Microsoft cloud and uses 365 is likely to be affected because that is the service from Microsoft which has come down and there is an outage on that. The global outage on that. Anybody who's not using cloud is safely continuing to work like I am continuing to work normally because I am not on the cloud. But at the same time, services globally are now increasingly shifting to the cloud, meaning that you data and storage is outside one's own hard disk and one office into services which are controlled by Microsoft. Those are the services which go down. And this is all now part of critical infrastructure. Ideally, Microsoft should have a backup plan to ensure that services don't go down. But we have a problem, we have an issue. If hospitals, airlines, and critical infrastructure gets affected, it is a very serious problem, and one will have to learn from this and make sure that in the future there are backup plans and a plan B and a plan C. So this is all part of cybersecurity, and Microsoft should ideally have ensured that there were backup.
Thank you so much for getting us all those options, considering going forward if there is a second time around. Well, it's Microsoft who's gone on to say that configuration change led to that snag. Preliminary root cause has been identified by Microsoft, and they're working to fix that very issue. With that, we're slipping a short break. Gargi will be here with the very latest on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं।
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world.
This is
NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. Up ahead, all the news you need to know, including about the global outage that is being suffered by tech users across the world. More on that. First, a look at the headlines. And millions of Windows users across the globe are experiencing the blue screen of death error, which is causing systems to shut down. Microsoft has said that the error is being caused due to a recent CrowdStrike update, but this has impacted airports, banks, and hospitals' newsrooms as well. On the new criminal laws, the Madras High Court sends a notice to the centre over the criminal laws that have been introduced on a petition by DMK leader, which challenges the constitutionality of the new laws. Politics heats up in poll-bound states like Maharashtra and Haryana. Congress in Maharashtra to hold a meeting and focus on cross-voters in the recent MLC elections, while in Haryana, the Congress has launched a new campaign. And Bangladeshi students set fire to the country's state broadcaster day after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina appeared on the network seeking to calm the escalating clashes over jobs quota. 32 people have died in these protests. The protesters want the government hiring policy to be reformed. All right, the big breaking news, the global news, in fact, millions of Windows users across the world are experiencing the blue screen of death error, which is causing the system to suddenly shut down or restart. Microsoft, in a message, has said that the error is being caused due to a recent CrowdStrike update. Now, CrowdStrike it provides advanced cybersecurity solutions to Windows PCs, and CrowdStrike is facing the outage, this glitch that is causing this chaos world over. According to reports, the bug has affected several companies, banks, airlines, and news offices as well as government offices across the US and Australia. In fact, Microsoft has said its outage started at about 6 p.m. Eastern Time on Thursday. That's in the US, with a subset of its customers experiencing issues with multiple Azure services in the central US region. And then this just spread across the globe. The outage has caused flight cancellations and delays across the world, including in India. The outage has affected several airlines, grounding planes, disrupting flight operations at both Delhi and Mumbai airport. In fact, several airlines have put out messages for their passengers. Akasa Airlines announced that some of its online services will be temporarily unavailable at Mumbai and Delhi airports. SpiceJet 2 said in a statement, "We're currently facing a technical issue in providing updates on flight disruptions. Our team is actively working to resolve this issue." This is also, as we said, impacted banks, it's impacted hospitals as well. So many people facing issues. If you're somebody who's facing such an issue, do call in that number on your screens there. So a global Microsoft outage, though Microsoft saying that it is being caused due to a recent CrowdStrike update. And this is affecting, as we said, news channels and airlines across the world. Well, let's go across to Pallav now, who joins us for more. My colleague Pallav Bagla. And Pallav, first and foremost, just explain to the viewers, what is causing this outage, as Microsoft has said so far that this is due to a recent CrowdStrike update. CrowdStrike, that is a cyber security solutions, platform.
Very simply, it is a failure of the cloud service by Microsoft. Why and what is the actual bug, only Microsoft can resolve and tell. But essentially for users, they are unable to access the cloud platform and on which the most of Microsoft 365 services work. So this is essentially users unable to connect to the cloud platform. And today, most users are using cloud as a way of storing and using the data and accessing the data. So when you can't access the cloud, and a cloud means that the storage of data is not on one's own hard disk, but on a platform which is owned by Microsoft or by an outsourced company. And when you can't access that, your data and your network fails to do that. And this is really what is called death by the blue screen. And this is something Mr. Bill Gates had spoken about long ago, and he himself had faced that many times. And this is now a global phenomenon. And this is really now a cybersecurity issue and something which Microsoft will have to address to make sure that this kind of outage doesn't happen. Today, information technology, cloud computing, software is an integral part of infrastructure for not just private companies, but for governments and individuals. So this is a big failure on part of Microsoft, and they should be able to fix it soon as they figure out what is really wrong. They're saying what is wrong with cybercrime, but then they need to fix it. It should be done very quickly before the outage spreads.
Right.
It's like wildfire.
Right, Pallav, very worrying, and also just shows how vulnerable we are if, one glitch can cause so much chaos and confusion across the globe. We also have a caller with us, calling in from Bengaluru, Anish Mukherjee. Go ahead.
Hey, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So currently, I'm waiting at the Satra World Hospital here in Bangalore. And here, I'm suffering from dengue, but here I'm facing a severe outage of the network, due to which I'm not able to get admitted. So there is a huge crowd here in Satra World Hospital, and I'm facing the entire outage since almost 3 hours now.
Right, and that's so concerning. One can imagine so many people facing the same issue. It's impacting hospitals. You're not able to get admitted. What is the hospital saying? What are the authorities there saying?
So currently the situation here is there also. Many patients are waiting here, and I'm planning to go back home because there is no proper response also from the hospital authorities. So that is why I'm planning to come back. But I'm going to visit somewhere, some other hospital, just to see if I'm able to get myself admitted.
All right, and given you're suffering from dengue, you shouldn't waste too much energy. Thank you so much, Anish, for calling in. Anish Mukherjee there telling us how he's not being able to get admitted to hospital because of this technical outage, because of this global Microsoft outage, that they're not able to take in patients and that many other patients are waiting at that hospital. So it's affected hospitals, it's affected newsrooms like ours, and it's also affected airlines. Let's go across to Ishika, NDTV's Ishika now, who joins us from the international airport in Delhi. And Ishika, what are you hearing there? How long will it take for things to get under control? We're seeing visuals of a lot of passengers waiting. All the airlines have put out statements as well.
Well, as you rightly mentioned, this time it is certainly a global outage from the side of the Microsoft, and I'm currently present at the T3 airport. Now, first, we'd like to show you the visuals that we are getting from here. You can see that there are several display screens, that certainly have gone blank because of, because of being affected due to the Microsoft's problem. Now, you can see, it's written there, recovery. We'll try to, get to some of the people here to talk with us. हम आपसे जानना चाहेंगे, यहाँ पे आके अक्सर लोग देखते हैं, अपना आप भी देख रहे होंगे अपने फ्लाइट्स, ऐसे में अचानक से ये पूरी जो स्क्रीन है वो ब्लैंक हो जाना, परेशानी हो रही है आपको?
ऑफ कोर्स ये इट्स अ पैनिक मोमेंट. सो अगर डिस्प्ले नहीं होगा टाइम से और हम लोग देख नहीं पाएंगे तो ऑफ कोर्स वो प्रॉब्लम तो रहेगा.
आप भी यहाँ पर आए होंगे ये फ्लाइट्स एंड ऑल देखने के लिए, एंड हम देख रहे हैं कि काफ़ी सारे जो स्क्रीन्स हैं उसे डेटा जा चुका है, तो काफ़ी मुश्किलें आ रही हैं.
जी वो तो है ही. अब क्या ही बताया, अब जो और भी कुछ फ्लाइट्स आने वाले हैं वो भी यहाँ नहीं दिखा रहे हैं. ये तो बहुत परेशानी वाली बात है आम जनता के लिए.
So certainly, people here are saying that they are facing a lot of difficulty. Now first, let me show you some more visuals that we are getting you from the T3 airport. Now, this is the area where you can print your boarding pass. Now, let me show our viewers what we are getting to know here. Here also, it is certainly not operational because of being impacted. You can see it is written, sorry, this is temporarily unavailable. So people also,
facing a lot of issues here is what we are getting to know. We'll also try to go across to some of the people here. We just want to know from you, are you facing any problem while printing your boarding passes? Anyone? So certainly, people here also, you can see long queue of the passengers here. We already showed you how, in fact, the display screens at the T3 airport has also been impacted. Now, what is the statement? If we talk about the statement that has come from Microsoft, there it has been said that the configuration change in the portion of the Azure backend workloads has caused this interruption between storage and compute resources, which resulted in connectivity failures that affected downstream Microsoft 365 services dependent on these connections. But certainly after this, we are seeing that there are various flights also that are being affected. We are seeing that already, the advisories are being issued by various airlines, be it SpiceJet, be it Akasa Air, or be it Indigo. And certainly you can currently also see the visuals that we are getting you from the airports here at the Delhi airport T3, right, where in fact even the display screens are currently, there's no data that seems to be appearing here, and because of that people say that they are facing difficulty. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, thank you so much for getting us, a sense of what it's like at the airport, and major chaos, as you can imagine, those screens just going blank, people not able to print out their boarding passes, and this is just gives you a sense of the kind of chaos that is taking place in various places across the world. And Vishal also joins us for more. He's going to tell us more about that blue screen of death, Vishal, which many employees and workers and corporate workers have, gone into work, and that's all that's facing them right now. But before that, we have many callers also calling in about the difficulties that they're facing. Now we're joined by Kapil, who's calling in from Pune, and he works at Cap Gemini. Yes, Kapil, go ahead.
So our systems were down today. Our laptops are mostly back to the cloud, and what is the primary concern now is the systems not working is one thing that is impacting work, but if the data, I hear that the cloud is also impacted, and if the data gets impacted or breached, that would be a disastrous thing to happen. So we are not yet clear on that. So that's what the concern is.
No, absolutely. And right now, of course, the concern or the priority is to, get things working. But yes, the long-term impact of this, what we understand, Kapil, is that this is caused due to a recent CrowdStrike update. And this glitch or this update is what has caused and compromised everybody's networks.
Right. It's an update. So the people who did not update, they were able to work for some time. And once they got the update, then their systems went down. So that's what. So it's clearly an update, but so even the cloud systems, if they are impacted by the same update, then it's fine. I think they would come back again online. But what about the data is a concern. So. Yeah,
right, so that's a whole new fear that you're talking about right now. Of course, as we said, priority to get things on track, get things working, but a whole new fear now is that data could be compromised, you're saying, and that is something that is hugely concerning.
Yeah, so it would be good to have, update from Microsoft around the data safety, and that the data is not breached or data is not lost anywhere. Some data is not lost. So
right.
If we have that confirmation, that would, be a big relief.
All right. So that, as we said, a new fear unlocked there, Vishal. And I think this is something we're going to have to ask Microsoft about, that concerns about data being compromised as well because of this outage that has happened. Let's also go across to Ghazali now, who joins us from the National Heart Institute. And Ghazali, we were just speaking to somebody from a hospital in Bengaluru who has dengue, and he's not being able to get himself admitted. And he says there are many people there, and systems down at the hospitals as well.
See, right now, thankfully, the system inside this National Heart Institute is working, but we are receiving reports from ATMs. Some ATMs are not working in the area right now. People had queued up at a nearby ATM, but it is... इससे पूछ रही हो यार.
All right, we seem to have had a problem there with Ghazali. We'll just try and return to him. But the good news, as he was just telling us, is the National Heart Institute is not facing any such problems. At least that's what it seems right now. Let's go across to Vishal for more. So Vishal, we're just speaking to one of these of an employer at an IT firm, and he says their fear is about their data also being compromised once systems are back. But right now, of course, the priority to get systems back working. What are you hearing from Microsoft? What have they said so far?
So this is what the screen splashed across the world. At least 1 million computers would have been affected. So you can see your device ran into a problem and needs to restart. However, when you restart the system, it doesn't really change the fact that it's still shut. We at this office also encountered this problem. At least 5 to 6 of our colleagues had this problem. They called in the IT guys. However, they couldn't help it because it's a big global issue. Microsoft has come out with a statement saying that initial investigation suggests that it could be related to one of the updates, and also some reports are suggesting that CrowdStrike, a cybersecurity company based in US, an update relating to that company could be one of the reasons for this global outage. As we speak, the Australian government is meeting and holding an emergency meeting, and they could be declaring a national emergency. Australia is important here because the global outage has started from there itself. It was about 5 to 6 hours ago when this global outage was first reported in Australia. So that's why the Australian government has released the statement.
All right, Vishal, thanks so much. And, we'll return to you for more updates. Jitin Jain, cyber expert, also joining us. And Jitin, just before, I come across to you for more on this, we have a caller with us, Vikas, calling in from the UAE. And Vikas is someone who spoke to us earlier and says he's now managed to get back online or fix the issue. Vikas, share your experience with us.
Yes, ma'am. Our technicians now have already fixed 10 clients' PCs. We were totally from morning we were researching on how to fix this one. And if you want, I can tell you the whole procedure right now. All the IT admins can listen to it and they can fix this thing. It's very simple, and we can get rid of this one. It's a 100% solution right now.
Just run us through it.
Sure. So all the IT admins this normal users will not be able to do this one because it needs admin password. So all the IT admins of the companies who are facing these issues, please listen to me carefully. If you are facing this problem on your desktop or laptops, you can boot your PCs to a safe mode. After you boot your PC to the safe mode to Windows recovery environment, you have to navigate to C drive, Windows, System 32, drivers, and there is a folder called CrowdStrike. There is a .sys file, which is the update file, which we received today. That is 291. C000291. Just delete that file. Once you delete that file, restart your PC as normal, and it will be running. There will be no problem.
Right,
because
this is what we've Microsoft too has said that this entire issue, this outage, is being caused due to a recent CrowdStrike update, and so you're just taking through the steps of removing that particular update, which is what another caller also said, that those people who hadn't updated could still work for some time till the update came in. So important point there. We have another caller. All right, let's go across to Jitin Jain now for more. And Jitin, it's just good to have you with us, but this just shows how vulnerable we are. Explain to our viewers about how this outage has been caused, as Microsoft has been saying this is due to an update in CrowdStrike.
Gargi, look, there are three things. Usually this blue screen of death or this stop stream comes when there is a critical issue in the system, which may have happened due to a new hardware you may have injected, or a new software update, or an OS update which has come in. And usually whenever the system detects that there is a critical flaw, there is a stop code arrangement which literally throws a blue screen and does not, and makes system to either restart or shut down. Now, this particular thing has happened because this internal third-party service provider of Microsoft, CrowdStrike, which is a threat intelligence company, it appearing that they have issued an update through Microsoft, and whichever users have received that update, because of that stopword error, a blue screen of death is coming up. Now, it happened first in Australia, then in India, and many other countries. So now, usually it happens because of time zone issues. So suppose if an update is to be delivered at 9 a.m. in the morning, so countries which reach 9 a.m. first according to time zone starts getting impacted. So that may be one of the reasons why Australia was first impacted. Second, also at the same time, the systems which are offline or systems which have disabled the automatic updates are not impacted. Now, usually what is happening these days, all the new laptops and Microsoft, Windows systems you use, they have automatic round-the-clock updates enabled. So as soon as your system receives an update, it can restart anytime, and you will be receiving this error. Now, third, caller before us pointing out to a particular system file which you can delete, which in a way you're trying to manually restore the previous version by deleting that impacted file, which is causing this critical flaw. I think it's a good solution for individual users. It's a good solution for small private companies. But
Jitin,
for
explain
other
me this.
systems like
Jitin, given that how widespread this impact has been, how it's causing chaos in hospitals and at airports, in newsrooms, in corporate offices, should Microsoft have informed users that there is an update going to come in the system? Just explain to us, because now we're saying it's CloudSource and CrowdStrike and their update that has caused this glitch. But should Microsoft have informed users? How does one hopefully prevent something like this in the future?
It's not only about Microsoft, even like our Android phones or Apple phones or these Windows systems, these days they keep receiving updates automatically in real time. Sometimes it is to protect you to advance your systems. And I think we receive hundreds of updates every week, every month.
That's true.
And
Yes.
they are automated. Users are, sometimes they are to secure you. So these people keep updating systems round the clock, and I think every morning or every 3 days, you would also have seen on your mobile phone, you receive that your a new download is available. Do you want to update the operating system? In laptops and Windows, it happens automatically unless and until user physically says that snooze the update or disable the updates. So that happens, and usually no user consent is required for each and every update. This is how they have designed the system. Now, third, whichever system is running on Microsoft, that accounts for, let's say, 90% of operating systems in the world, or 80%. That may be impacted if they are online. So if you have an offline laptop, you're not impacted. If your company does not allow automatic updates, you're not impacted. But if the Windows systems are allowed to update automatically, and then especially if it is a public-facing system, for example, banks for transactions, airports for check-in, check-out displays, share markets, trading companies, every system which is customer-facing, which is doing some real-time data jobs, labs, tests, all of them would be impacted. Now, the worst is these stopgate arrangements like manually removing a system file may work very well for individual systems, but we actually do not know what the dependencies are of that particular file, or whether it was one file or multiple files. So especially in the highly critical systems in critical information.
One of the callers Jitin, one of the callers even expressed concern about how they're worried if their data has been compromised in any way once the systems get back on track. But it just goes to show how vulnerable we are. And when this first started, of course, everyone's minds went to whether this is some kind of a terror act, if it's some sort of hostile act that has taken place.
No, it may be an individual employee doing some sabotage. It may be a genuine human error. I mean, usually whenever there's an update, it is not just randomly released into the system. CrowdStrike would have tested it 5-10 times on their test beds, and Microsoft would have tested in beta environment on multiple demo servers. And after everything is given green, then you push an update in real time to the client side. And especially